Hello. We're live. Sorry for the extended delay. I was trying to make a coffee after I put on the live thing, and well, last time I made coffee, I left it on all night by accident. And that means that the inside of my coffee maker was fucking gross. I needed to just scrape it out real quick. This is not the deck we're playing. This is the deck we're playing today. We've been doing really well with the deck. Surprisingly. Not surprisingly. I've put in a lot of fucking hours on this deck at this point. And I started with none. So, I mean, if you ever needed convincing that you're not the best Magic player of all time, compare your results from when you first picked it up to when you last picked it up, and then realize that people playing at Pro Tours pick those decks up in like the 4 hours before the tournament sometimes and win it. But anyway, I've been improving with this deck. This is the kind of deck that you do need to play over and over again to master too. It's not like I'm playing Gruul Adventures. Anyway. We are gonna play a league, probably 2 leagues, maybe 3. We started an hour earlier than we have the last couple times. Sideboard's been feeling good. 3 relics is good against some of our harder matchups. The 5 kill spells are good against all of our blitz and things like that. 3 blood moons plus boil. It should maybe be just 4 blood moons, but 3 blood moons and boil. Crater Maker. Big shout out to whoever made this MTGO stats website. It is so good. Just even the idea that I can just put a deck list in and it gets matched is amazing, but I'm trying to pull it up right now. mtgmeta.io. Just first of all, seeing, I haven't uploaded last league to this yet, so this is even better, but just looking at how you did over time, like I was talking about earlier, but then coming down here and looking at just my matchups versus the meta, like, so good. Some of the other tools leave a lot to be desired just because there's not enough data, I feel, probably. Just wild, like this, what deck to take, like, so if I do this and all I have is 1, so it's going to tell me to take this, right? But there's another one that's like, it tells you, I don't know, there's like a way to get this chart that shows you like every deck and its matchup against each other. That might be this one and I just fucked it up. I think it is. Do this. I think it's like include user stats. I don't remember. Anyway, you hit calculate. I thought there was another one. Like, maybe he took it down because it wasn't working right, which would kind of make sense. But anyway, this website's great, and that's my email address for anybody who really cares. That's not my email address. Anyway, I recommend it. We're gonna get into some games. I should put like a timer on my starting soon screen, so people don't think that they can wait around forever. I did notice there were more people here before, but no matter. My coffee's done. I'm gonna grab it while I search for this match, and we'll get started. Perfect timing. All you K-Cup users won't get this, but just made the perfect amount of coffee out of my percolator. Feels really good to just nail it, just nail the size. This is a fantastic hand. This hand is fantastic because we go 1, 2, 3 and we win. Obviously, we're not necessarily going to do that, but if you can't have a Vial, having a Snoop and a Harbinger is nice, and if you can't have a Vial, having a Skirk Prospector is the next best thing. It gives us the mana to play Harbinger even without the third land. This ain't the mirror, which means this is Jund. And because it's Jund, playing the Snoop is likely not as good as playing the Pyre. To be perfectly honest, I don't think this could be anything but Jund. Unless it's the mirror. Maybe One Ring is a degenerate Goblin player like us. I think I like just playing Pyre here. I mean, we can Pyre our Skirk Prospector into a Snoop. This might draw a Bolt on the Prospector, so we don't have pod fuel. It is not Jund, unless, I guess you could play that in Jund with Ren and 6. Oh, that's fucking hot. Alright, I gotta calm down on that. Looks like Jund. Abrupt Decay, my Pyre of Heroes, is what I expect. If it's Assassin Trophy, fantastic. Assassin Trophy, we might just play Krenko. Alright, so he puts out Tarmogoyf. He calls our bluff. That is an interesting one. Obviously, I'd like to play Vial sooner rather than later. Which means maybe I have to sack my Prospector to get this Snoop out. Honestly, if we get up to 4 mana, we've won. Like, next turn, I think, if I play Boggart Harbinger and just put, like, Sling Gang Lieutenant on top, I think we're okay now that we have Vial. Like, you obviously, when you want to draw lands, you don't want to put goblins on top of your deck because they're not lands. Sage Wisdom. But Vile is like many lands. So that Sage Wisdom, you know. So he's afraid that we're going to combo him, which is why he did nothing. Path forward against Jund here. They have 6 cards in hand. Honestly, I think we just eventually will play the Pyre, or we'll play the Snoop via the Vile, I think. But for now, I'm okay with playing this Harbinger, putting a Ringleader on top. And then, they like to tap out at 4 mana, by the way, Jund. But I believe we can put this Munitions Expert on top, I guess. So we can actually play it. We can even play it and Pyre the Harbinger into a Ringleader. I think I like that. As I've gotten better with the deck, I've been tutoring for Munitions Expert more often. Which is interesting, to me at least. He might know this is part of the combo and point something at it. It might be what the tank is here. He might have also just hit yield until end step. But no, he's pointing something at something. Maybe he knows. Okay, so he takes away our ability to get to 4 mana, which is vaguely relevant, especially since we just stacked the top of our deck, but Vile and Pyre and all that stuff, we're gonna be fine. This Raging Ravine is probably the scariest card in his main deck. Trample on a big guy, like, I don't care about Tarmogoyf that much, but trample on a big guy, that hurts. So he played this mountain. This is a little bit more of a strange build of Jund than I've seen. In that it has actual basic mountain. Basic mountain, like, oh, let's turn these lights on. Basic mountain, obviously gives you no protection against Blood Moon, which is one of the reasons people play basics. Okay, so he Kolaghan's commands us, he gets our Harbinger away, and takes our Vile. That's actually pretty bad for us. We do have Munitions Expert that we can play, but I think here we're gonna run out the Snoop. And having a Skirk Prospector on top was like kind of one of the best case scenarios there. I imagine this Snoop will eat some kind of removal, but we'll see. Bloodbraid Elf, that's actually good for us if he doesn't hit a removal spell. Tapping out, never good. So he gets a Lily, and he's dead. So he's going to play Lily. He's going to make us sack a creature, I imagine. He's going to swing at us for 7, and then he's going to die because he can't kill our combo. So we kind of... we played a little bit of possum. We bided our time. And we're going to hit him with you tap that against Twin, you dummy. And then that'll be it. So we sacrifice. I mean, obviously very lucky to hit Prospector off the top. It was the only card in our deck. There was one other copy of it. Oh, this might be a Fatal Push here. If this is a Fatal Push, yeah, okay. So we're not in the best shape anymore. We actually might be dead. Whoops. Okay. I thought he just played that land. I guess he played Mountain the turn before? I just swore I said out loud he just played that Mountain. But I guess not. Is there a card that, like, really helps us here? I guess the War Marshal blocks for a little bit and lets us draw lands, which, like, maybe we need. The other option is getting Prospector so you can pirate away into a Snoop or a War Marshal, which there's no reason to do that, I don't think. I think we just get Mog War Marshal here, which sucks. I kind of want to draw lands, though. Actually, we're just dead. If he activates Raging Ravine, we die. We're obviously tapped out. He doesn't activate Raging Ravine, which is a mistake on his part. Giving us more turns. But I imagine it's because he's got something else good in hand. That Fatal Push was brutal. We kind of expected to eat something. And now he's got 2 lethal attackers. And we are down to 2 cards. And we know what we're drawing. So we're not going to be dead unless he kills... If he kills our token, then we're dead. If he kills specifically our token. Yeah, not getting to the 4th land, drawing the Vial a turn late, actually, is kind of what did it to us. Maybe we weren't supposed to play that Vial, because it didn't get us anywhere. But this is a good matchup for us, so I'm not, like, losing game 1, yeah, it's a little bit rough. He keeps deciding to not kill us. Card advantage is addictive, I do understand, but you should kill us. If he killed the not Mog War... People do this all the time. They kill the Mog War Marshal instead of the token. But if you kill the token, I only have 1 blocker. And then down to 1. Like, how am I winning that game? I guess it doesn't matter, considering he did that, but... we're just going to concede. We don't know what we're drawing, actually, but they're... Ooh. Does that get us out of it? Not with the trample guy. Anyway. Jund, not a bad matchup for us. I don't bring in both Blood Moons. I bring in just 2 of them. You don't really need to do Pithing Needle or Relic garbage. It's just, like, not that good. Like, you don't know what Planeswalker they're gonna have. So it's, like, rough to name Wrenn and 6, and Liliana's not that big of a deal, because you're gonna draw so many cards, and have so many things in play. Wrenn and 6 is annoying, but we should be able to pressure it. They do bring in Plague Engineers, which is a reason to go up on Crater Makers and down on War Marshals, because it survives it and kills it. So we're gonna do that, since I remembered that they bring in Plague Engineer this time. It shouldn't be too bad for us, this spot. We should be able to win games 2 and 3, but we'll see. We'll see. So we just... I mean, I guess we should think about what would have happened if we played the Snoop first against that sort of hand instead of Pyre and playing it slow. If we played... Why is that true? Got a notification, like a Steam weird notification. Oh, do you keep this hand? You don't have any acceleration, but you have Ringleader, which is like your best card in the matchup.
think you do keep this hand. I think every draw in your deck is good for me. And we'll just play a Bloodstained Mire because we're looking to thin our deck. And people tell you deck thinning's not real, and they're telling you it in relation to building your deck. Right, so I guess this hand was weak against Inquisition. We might have just screwed this whole matchup. Although I don't think we had a better option game one. Other than maybe just not playing anything with Boggart Harbinger. Not sure, but having just a 4-drop is a little bit rough, because now he can play Tarmogoyf here with like pretty much impunity. And we're gonna have to... Somebody getting an early big threat into play like that when we have no blockers is like kind of a big deal. But anyway, back to deck thinning. These do thin your deck. You pull 2 lands out of your deck every time you draw one of these. So he's gonna play this. It's just gonna deal me 3. Really not that big a deal. I don't think they play Field of Ruins or anything. I don't think the Blight Step versus Snow Covered, like which one I discard is a big deal. They're both gonna come into play as mountains, but obviously the one with less options, that is like slightly less vulnerable to land interaction. If they don't play land interaction, it has no value. I'm gonna go with that. Discard it. Fetch our other Blood Crypt. And hope that we draw something. Alright, it's something. Probably should have played the Blightstep Pathway. Just because Cavern of Souls is never casting Fatal Push and the like, so, you know. Having one in play isn't great. It's likely to be irrelevant here, though. It's not that it's not great. It's just maybe worse if I wanted to play. I don't know, double Fatal Push. I don't even think there's any combination of spells that would matter right now. So we actually seem to have come out of this decently okay. We make blue mana to assert dominance. We draw 2 cards. And we hit him for 2. I don't know, I can't really ask for too much better than him playing nothing to interact with us. I mean, that Croxa is promising to be scary, but we have outs. And there's the Plague Engineer. We need to get another 2/2 into play for our Munitions Expert to kill the Plague Engineer. We can Matron for a Crater Maker. We can also attack with the Ringleader, which I think we're gonna do. And if he blocks, we will Munitions Expert maybe even twice before damage. If we have to, like he could, if he tries to bolt our guy, we'll do that in response. Oh, he doesn't block. I suppose it's smart by him, but now we'll grab our answer to Plague Engineer. I assume he kept this hand based on the strength of Plague Engineer, but you know, we'll see. I could put Snoop into play here. I'm not going to put the Crater Maker into play. I'm just going to hold up Munitions Expert for 1. We're going to take 2. He's going to Croxa us most likely. We're going to be fighting an uphill battle. It's not looking great for us. Oh, if he Thought Seizes us, ugh. Yeah, that is the trouble with... That is the trouble playing against Jund. Although, this looks like it might be something else. could have just double munitions experted. Maybe I'm supposed to do that to use more of my mana. But then again, maybe not. But he just F6s. What is this gonna be? Like a mutagenic growth? What is he doing here? Alright, so we're just gonna attack in for 2. This has gotta be a Kolaghan's command, right? Okay, it's like a fatal push. That's fine. I mean, Croxa incoming, right? Like, how many turns do you not play the card that tears apart my hand and puts a 6/6 in play? Oh, I guess he can't escape it, right? He needs more cards to escape it. So his hand might just be trash right now. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to... Nah, you just get a ringleader here. Because if I can get enough goblins in play at some point, these munitions experts will actually be good. So, like, if his hand is shit, and he doesn't want to waste kill spells to get Croxa in play, just keep drawing cards. He's at 16, and, you know, something like virtually half that, given that most of our goblins have 1 power and/or toughness. So he brings back Plague Engineer, and he makes me discard a card. Does Plague Engineer trigger? No. So that's fine. Not happy about it, but it's a tough choice here. What you discard. I guess Munitions Expert is just really bad when he's got a second Plague Engineer, right? And there's no way for us to time this so that we save anything. Like, we could have sacked these for mana, but we can't do anything with the mana, so it doesn't matter. We do get to play another Ringleader next turn, and his graveyard hasn't increased in size. So we got that going for us. Make blue mana to assert dominance. So we get another Ringleader, and we get another Matron. I'm kind of tempted to get Pashalik Mons here instead of Crater Maker, but I think I'm just gonna get Crater Maker. Pashalik Mons has a lot more value, but it is vulnerable to removal. No, I think actually Pashalik Mons is better here. We have the Munitions Expert instant speed, so like we can get 2 triggers out of this Pashalik Mons no matter what. And then Pashalik Mons plus Sling-Gang Lieutenant is a lot of damage very quickly. But he's got a lot of cards in hand, as do we. Somebody just asked me about that great website for stat tracking, mtgmeta.io. Let me, in the Discord, I'm gonna send it over to them. It's really hot in here. I guess it's because I'm drinking coffee. I don't know. Take 2. This is a fun match, even if we're losing. So I think I'm just gonna Mog War Marshal here, and then if he tries to kill our Pashlik Mons, we can Munitions Expert in response. And he does, and so we Munitions Expert in response, and we'll even get the War Marshal in play. I guess I should have pointed the Pashlik Mons at him. He should be at 1 less. That's what we just made a mistake for. So if that becomes relevant, you know who to blame. Six cards to 3 cards right now, but we're gonna pay Echo because we have a majillion mana. Yeah, we have a bajillion mana. We'll try to attack first. Although, no, he has haste. I'm so dumb. This guy should be a lot less now. I guess maybe... Theoretically, this is 4 goblins plus 3 is 7. Would he be dead? He would be at 1 less, and he would be taking 4. He would go to 8, so no, he wouldn't be dead. He can't Fatal Push anything, which is, like, pretty good for us. Let's pull a mountain out of the deck before we draw it. He can Croxa next turn, which is a little scary for us. We don't necessarily need to attack for the win, though. And we can play a Sling Gang Lieutenant and attack past Croxa, which is good. So if he plays Croxa and taps out for it, we're actually in decent shape. And he feels the same way. So you can see why I'm saying we have a good matchup against Jund. We kind of just have so many ways. Let's trim a Vial. I'm trimming a Vial because of Kolagon's command, and I don't want to like go all in on Vial. But yeah, we grind harder than Jund. It's just that we play goblins instead of other things. This Blood Moon might be very good. If he Thought Seizes us, this Blood Moon protects the rest of our hand, which admittedly is not the best, but you saw. 1 ringleader finds more matrons and ringleaders, which find more matrons and ringleaders. One thing to say about this hand under Blood Moon, we won't have a way to cast our black goblins. And he'll have all his red removal spells. Grindiest deck in the streets, that's right, Calante. It's the sleeper control deck of the format. If he doesn't take Blood Moon here, he's an insane person. Although he does have basic swamp, so maybe Blood Moon doesn't do enough against him. Nope, there you go. He takes Blood Moon. That's like, it's always good to have it reaffirmed that you made the correct decision bringing in Blood Moon. Although maybe it's just like one of those, like, wow, if I don't take Blood Moon and I actually lose to it, I'll never forgive myself, even though I feel like I can beat it. So we do have Agadim the Undercrypt in our deck. So I'm gonna save this Blightstep pathway as long as I can. Usually you just want a ton of red mana, but the 3rd black mana is relevant. This is just regular Jund. Again, no mana. Dude, you had... Dude. I don't want to get into an argument with this guy. I don't. It's like the guy drew perfect with Jun last game. He got 4 mana and then stopped drawing lands. That's like exactly where you want to be. I guess maybe he didn't have his green mana if that's what was going on, and he just had a handful of forests. But like he goes again no mana in game 3, and it's like, okay, you kept a 2-lander in your no draw deck, and I'm gonna take a long time to kill you. Like, this is a grindy matchup. You should, I don't know, man. It's like as close to the feeling of like limited magic as you get. You know what I mean? When you're like, I'll kill your guy, and then I'll hit you with this 2/2, and I'll kill your guy, but my guy's bigger than yours, and I'm gonna hit you with this 4/5 and attack. Like, that's a great matchup. I can't believe he would concede on turn 3 because he had 2 lands. Like, what? Whatever though. I guess we do take those. Giovanni. Is that Magic Find? Is that motherfucker? Is that... I assume it's Giovanni, motherfucker, and it's like some Pokemon reference. 6 days ago, he was on the Rock, so we're gonna compare the Rock to Jund, if that's what he's playing. I wonder... I was like... When you grow up and somebody like The Rock, like the wrestler, the actor, wrestler, extraordinaire, oh, this actually isn't bad. Do I just keep it like this? Nah, it's pretty bad. It's not good. That's the problem. This hand is much better, even though it's got 1 land. He's on the Rock, and he takes my... If he's on the Rock and he takes my Aether Vial... Oh no, he can't take my Aether Vial. I'm playing first. I'll keep. If he could take my Aether Vial, I would throw this back. I think I throw back Mog War Marshal. Just because all the other cards are fantastic against Rock Jun type decks. We don't need to draw lands. He might Abrupt Decay this, and that would kind of put us back. But yeah, that looks like, yeah, this is a green-black deck. So he might take Skirk Prospector here. I would be surprised if he doesn't, actually. The other option is Pyre of Heroes. Yeah, so he takes Skirk Prospector, and we are likely looking at a dead Aether Vial soon. Obviously, we can draw out of this. Just by drawing lands like professionals. There's no way that he doesn't have a kill spell if he's green-black, kill spells and discard .deck. I imagine... Ooh, he plays a Bob. Bob was probably a smart play. But if he taps out again, it's not going to make it through the turn. Although, I can play Snoop, Vial it away, get Matron? Is that better? I think I'm just supposed to pass. Vial and Snoop at end step. Then try to Violent Harbinger, and if that doesn't work next turn, I'm Violent in Ringleaders? If there was like a ramp Goblin for 3 mana, I'd be going to grab that, but... he draws Thoughtseize, so we're going to have to Violent this Snoop earlier than we thought. But that will leave him with no colored mana unless he plays a land. So he's probably going to take the Ringleader here. But with no colored mana, unless he plays a land, the Harbinger is looking pretty deadly. Yeah, so he has to take that. And Ringleader, you saw it. I mean, this might just be another Thoughtseize. But if it was another Thoughtseize, I would imagine he does it differently. Do I want to kill Bob? I think I do. I mean, the best thing this Snoop does is become a Matron, which doesn't get us more mana. But Matrons become Ringleaders, which is a thing.
And we're not... Not having the lands here kind of sucks. But given that we already have... I think that he's going to bury us in card advantage if we don't do this. And we have the tools to bury him in card advantage. He didn't play like he had another discard spell, so if he does, he hooked me. He wanted that trade, let's be honest. But we kind of knew it. Bob runs away with the game. The double-edged sword of Bob, though, that he loses life, and sometimes a lot of life, is relevant against us because we don't have to attack past blockers like Tarmogoyf. And we can kind of win the game with very little on the board. So he's gonna... Oh, that's so bad for us. Yeah, putting that into a matron might have been the play. Because, like, I can matron for... Oh, no. Yeah, I might die here game one. Because I can matron for munitions expert. And then Bob dies no matter what. And then I can also pyre the matron into... Like, it's just drawing cards, whereas Conspicuous Noob doesn't always draw cards. So I gotta believe it was right to pyre that matron away, even though it felt bad. I gotta be more disciplined about that. So he can't... It's a 4-4 now. We look to be dead this game, based on the lack of lands. A land here wouldn't even be that good. We would go down to... He would probably attack us with Treetop Village. We're gonna see exactly how good it is. He attacks us down to like 2 with Treetop Village. Is that a 3/3? So 4, 8, 11. So he attacks us down to 1. We can't realistically block. Another land would actually kill him if he does that, if he doesn't have any interaction, but we'll see. I imagine he's just going to be leveling his Hex Drinker and attacking us with Treetop Village, but... destroying our land kind of doesn't do anything. Except give us like an untapped land, right? It's kind of a strange play, but... oh, I guess that's why. So he kills our chieftain. We're not dead, but we're dead. Like, he goes up to 5. Then next turn is 6, 7, 8. So he's going to be able to attack us for 6 protection from everything. And we don't have outs to that. I guess if you get Sling Gang Lieutenant Plus into play, but in this situation, that's not possible. But that was a very tough call to make with the... So Blood Moon much worse against something like the Rock as opposed to Jund. Pithing Needle... Not super relevant. I mean, how many Hex Drinkers can the guy play, right? I think... I mean... Alright, so your options are... Bring in Fatal Pushes and Terminates so that you like... Sorry, 1 second. Bring in Fatal Pushes and Terminates so that... No, you need multiple Aether Vials. So that you can kill Tarmogoyfs and Hex Drinkers and sometimes lands. Or, if you really think Tarmogoyf is the best and you just want to keep the graveyard clear, like, this sort of kills Tarmogoyf while drawing a card, right? I'm like tempted to bring it in, but I don't like it. I mean, he's not playing Kolaghan's Command. Is he pulling anything else out of his graveyard? I think he's just like... I think these are just good.
And if we're taking one thing out of our deck, I mean, he's definitely going to bring in Plague Engineers again, right? So I think Mogwar Marshal is the thing to take out here. Basically boarding exactly the same, but without the Blood Moons. It is narrow Kalante, but there's two things to remember. One, he likely only has like 8 to 10 creatures. This hand is okay. I don't love it, but I'm gonna keep it. He likely only has 8 to 10 creatures, right? Like, he's chock full of discard, kill spells, whatever. And he's gonna kill us with his lands if he can. So that's one thing. Number two, it cycles while it fake kills the Goyf, right? So even though it's narrow, you're not really wasting a card. Oh, he is Luris? I didn't even notice that first game. Who knows? That he might have just like made a big mistake. So he knows that this Ringleader's in our hand, which is obviously very bad for him. We're gonna do the same thing we did against Jund, where we're gonna play Pyre of Heroes first. Especially since once we take a peek at the top with Conspicuous Snoop, and we have this fetch, we'll have a lot more power, even if the Snoop doesn't take cards off the top right away. And the chance of getting the combo off is next to 0. I mean, you can see he's got Abrupt Decay mana up, right? So he's running 4 Fatal Pushes, etc. Luris makes it more relevant, that's true, but that's not even why I would bring it in. So, because we can kill Luris. Luris is like, all right, well, I don't think that this is going to happen, but we do need to crack this fetch land before we draw this Kiki Jiki. Bob reveals a land, which is bad for us, because he doesn't take damage. He Inquisitions us. He sees that there's one Harbinger, but he's already dead, right? To this. I guess he's not. Because on upkeep, if I don't have, I don't know, if I don't have things like Skirk Prospector, this isn't actually infinite mana. But what I can do is I can make infinite dudes. Okay, so because of that, we know that we don't want to draw Kiki Jiki, but we don't want him to see it. So we will yield until the next end step, and then we'll crack our fetch and grab a Blood Crypt. But that took a card out of his hand. And if we draw land here, he really should take Ringleader. Yeah, and he does. Smartly, he'll hit us with Bob for 2. Next turn, we're probably playing Harbinger. I wonder if we're using the ability. I guess we are using the ability now that we have the 4th land. And this puts the Ringleader up on... I guess maybe we want to get Munitions Expert so we can... Yeah, because we can Pyre the Harbinger into a Ringleader or a Sling Gang, but a Ringleader here, and play Munitions Expert next turn, assuming he doesn't kill it. But Munitions Expert will kill this Bob no matter what. So we'll see. Alright, second Bob is like, whoa, that's a lot of cards. It's a lot of life for him too. Do I kill the Bobs or do I kill the Hex Drinker and hope the Bobs kill him? And then grab a Sling Gang Lieutenant? Is that the play? The Sling Gang Lieutenant won't survive, right? I think I have to just draw cards. There's no way drawing cards is not the right play. So we get the Ringleader.
We draw more cards. We get another Snoop. Because we got another Stoop, does anything change? I mean, he knows we have the munitions expert. I'm definitely gonna kill one of his Bobs. Do I attack? There's no way he trades. But I think it is a free-ish attack. And he's still going to have one Bob, so his life total may become relevant. A land would be a really good draw here, by the way. Kill the first Bob. First in, first out. This Bob reveals nothing yet. Tarmogoyf. So we know he has an Assassin's Trophy in hand, apparently, which I missed at some point, and a Tarmogoyf. So his hand looks like it's gummed up by having too many 2-mana spells, but here it is. So he'll pay 2 life. This Krenko could do some nasty things soon. Nope, not anymore. But we do get a land. So Munitions Expert plus Matron taking out this Bob, although now that he's just got the 1 and he's at 9 life, maybe I let him die on his own sword? And we just terminate the Goyf? I mean, we definitely fetch the Munitions Expert. He's only got 2 cards in hand, though. But I think we just kill the Bob. So we're gonna kill the Bob because he's got 2 cards in hand. One of them is one of them is nothing. We don't know anything in his hand. So we kill Bob. He's got Goyf. We can block Goyf. We don't even need to block Goyf. We're at a very healthy life total. But I think I would still block Goyf. This is going to go up to a 4/4. We do need to kill it before it gets protection from everything. Maybe it's relevant to kill that over Goyf, because Goyf is just 1 more point of damage. He's repping Fatal Push here. Which, that's interesting. Oh, he's got protection from instants. Aha! So, we can't kill it anymore. Guess we want to see what's on top. If it's a Munitions Expert, it's great. This is actually really good, I think. I mean, we're gonna pile creatures into play, I think. Fatal Push being on top is also good. Protection from instants, so weird. Next turn, he doesn't even get to pump it up the whole way, though. Because, unless he has a land. If he's a land, he can still pump it up the whole way, but isn't he dead if he attacks? I think he's dead if he attacks. So he gets the land. We kind of hoped that he, because 2, 3, 4, 5... Maelstrom Pulse, that's pretty good. We are going to draw the Fatal Push for the Tarmogoyf, though. Maelstrom Pulse, like, goddamn. So if we don't chump, then, actually kind of in rough shape. We're gonna use our mana to its fullest extent here. I think... Do we want to play this Krenko? Or do we want to play Harbinger and put a munitions X... No, we can't stop him from getting protection from everything anymore. So we have to go big or go home. And I think putting a Sling Gang on top and terminating this Goyf is the way to go. I mean, you can put Ringleader on top, I guess. But this isn't like a card advantage situation, I don't think. And he's pretty much dead to that. I mean, we're definitely going to terminate it, but because he knows we have the Fatal Push, we want him to not know we have the Terminate specifically until as late as possible. And maybe you are supposed to use the Fatal Push because Terminates hit Luris, but we do have a second Terminate, so I think I'm just going to Terminate. When he gets Pro everything, he's going to swing for 6. We're going to kill his Tarmogoyf with a Terminate. If he swings for 6, he's 2-3, he's dead. So he doesn't swing for 6. He might still be dead. We get Sling Gang Lieutenant. We're gonna attack. It looks like he's got nothing, so I think he is straight up dead on board. I'm not doing math here because it doesn't really matter. But he's gonna take 4. He might kill something and he takes 2, but yeah. He's dead next turn if he doesn't have to, yeah. So Maelstrom Pulse, woof, that hit us pretty hard. Protection from instants on that little guy is rough too. But I mean, Munitions Expert gets around that. As does Pashelik Mon's machine gun in it. I think we just run it back like this. Oh, I got a Facebook message. I don't see how you can throw this back. I know that the combo isn't likely, but this is a card advantage engine, and it pulls 2 cards out of his hand, guaranteed. Obviously, if we draw lands, we get up to Ringleader. Vials are really good. Oh, I guess I have to kill this thing before it gets too far gone, right? Skirt Prospector, excellent draw. Top tier. Lighting is weird now. So he Inquisitions us. I'm gonna fix my lighting real quick because I realize there's like a spotlight in the background and my closet's open. I can't seem to find mute. You're just hearing a bunch of rustling. I know he was afraid of that Skirk Prospector, but I was very confident that I was going to draw lands. And while the Skirk Prospector is good, it's not that good. So I'd rather just not deal with his bullshit. And there you go. We have a bunch of lands. My girlfriend is texting me, telling me that she wants to order cake on Seamless. Like, just dessert. And I offered to make her cookies, too. And she left, and she said, "Be by myself and order cake." He knows about the Blood Crypt. He doesn't know about the Anti's Hovel. I think he knows about the Munitions Expert, too. Yeah, he does. So, does this reveal both sides? That's so weird. So this is an unknown to him. Not that it's relevant. Next turn, we're playing Ringleader and drawing a bunch of cards, and he'll have 3 cards in hand, and we'll have 7. And his only ways to draw cards die to Munitions Expert. So we're in pretty good shape here. Good night. Scavenging is pretty good on this board. It's gonna get real big. You gotta... Okay. Well, he doesn't do anything about making it big yet. Maybe I'm supposed to Sling Gang Lieutenant here since he has 0 cards in hand. I think I am. Because not only does this block if we really want it to, it's a lot, and we're not gonna block. It's a lot of goblins for the Munitions Expert. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4 creatures in graveyards, so he can make this a 6/6, which I think he's gonna. But we can, if we draw a land especially, we can Pashlik Mons and Munitions Expert and then finish it off. Not that a 6/6 is that scary. That's strange. That's a little bit strange. Let me do some math. So right now we can take him to... Man, I really wish we had 1 more mana. Maybe that Skirk Prospector would have been great. No, because then we wouldn't have this Munitions Expert. You know what? I think we might have to just buy time here. Taking 9 is like almost not acceptable. And we can't do the fancy stuff yet anyway. Let's just stem the bleeding a tiny bit. So he draws 1 extra card. We don't know what it is. I think he targeted us. Does he know what I have? Let me see. Evades Mishra's Bauble, target. Yeah, so he knows that I have this Conspicuous Snoop. I think we have to play the Conspicuous Snoop just for mana concerns. And maybe we pull something off the top. The Matron being up there is pretty good. But probably not as good as a land. So we can block and Munitions Expert, and that would be 5 damage. That would force him to eat his Hex Drinker out of his graveyard, so we would probably double block and Munitions Expert. Or Munitions Expert and block with the Munitions Expert and the Goblin token. What the hell? He just put Lurrus in his hand? Is that what he did? I hate when that happens. Yeah, cast ability from Lurrus. Okay. So he still has the Hex Drinker in his graveyard. If he attacks with the Scavenging Ooze, it's dead. Let me do the math again. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then we double block, and it's 6. So yeah, black, red. And we don't gain any life this way, but we do take his growing threat off the board, and we have a matron on top for cards to just chain block Tarmogoyf with. He does get both our creatures, no matter what this way. I don't imagine he'll eat the Hex Drinker, but if that's his one-of scavenging, he would. So this will be indicative of how many he plays in his deck. Damn. I'm doing alright, JD. That sucks, though. I hope you didn't spill the water. That's all. It's the only small victory you can get from that. So we take 4 from Tarmogoyf. We have 2 of our best cards in play. He's got 2 cards in hand. He's tapped out. He's dead. Kiki Jiki's on top. We couldn't have done that. I mean, we would have won, but he wouldn't have been dead right there. Nope, water is all. You didn't even clean it up. Yeah. I know, I got refreshed. That's funny. I know the feeling when you drop something especially gross and then, hey, it's Derek. We were talking about Miller today in the Discord. How you doing? I know that feeling when you drop something gross on the kitchen floor and you're like, I probably had to clean this kitchen floor anyway. And then you get down with the paper towels and the stuff. I'm doing okay, Derek. I just pulled up your list. Since we're waiting, I'll take a look at it. It's Doomwake. If you guys want to watch, please don't tell me anything from his hand or anything like that. But if you want to watch the other side, this guy's a streamer. He's been on black-red nonsense for a while. Although today I saw that he was playing red-white prowess. Luris doesn't really give you a tip one way or the other. If he's a Thoughtseize deck and we're on the draw, this hand is really bad. But otherwise, it's solid. It's not good. It's just solid. I don't know if... Yeah, that's what I was saying. I'm gonna give him the GLHF. I don't know if... I mean, he's obviously tanking on his hand. He tanks his hand and he begins with 7. I can't imagine... It was much earlier that he's playing red-white prowess. And I can't imagine that he played more than one league with Seeker of the Way in his deck. So, given that this is really weak to Thoughtseize, and just kinda weak in general, I'm gonna mulligan it. This hand is much worse. We're gonna go to 5. And we'll keep this hand. This hand is actually the best of all of them. Oh, it really sucks throwing stuff back here. It's like, you want to keep both the lands. I mean, this is such a good 7. I guess you just keep Vile plus combo and hope that he's not on a removal deck. But that's all he plays. Like, all right, so it is black-red. I'm glad that we... I don't want this upkeep stop. Oh, that's a good draw too. We're gonna play this as a mountain. We're gonna play Aether Vial. I'm really glad that we didn't keep a hand that was soft to Thoughtseize, even though we didn't have Thoughtseize. But keeping the combo is not great. But we kind of, drew out of that by getting this Munitions Expert in hand. So, of the 2 cards that I threw back, that is super strange. What was that? Who plays turn 1, nothing, turn 2, I guess he just drew it?
But he shocked it into play. So like, I mean, he's got Bolt. He's definitely got Bolt. I kind of want him to try and be mana efficient right now. I'm trying to hook him a little bit here. I don't think it's gonna work, but for all the people saying, "What's that mean?" All right, I'm main phasing it to try and catch him off guard. I'm not stupid. For those of you who watch the replay afterwards, so I hope that he's tanking on Fatal pushing the Skirk Prospector, because, I mean, the whole reason I did it was to hook him, and there's nothing at risk here. If I vial this in end step, like, the chances of him not having, yeah, so we lost nothing. We're not gonna block. I mean, we could block. We kind of signaled it. We'll try and kill it after damage, just to do it, and he'll feel proud that he caught us trying to hook him. How's it going, Ropeburn? We were playing against popular streamer Doomwake and MTGO championship winner? Or he recently won like a PTQ, I think? Or he was in the top 8 of some big tournament. Why not flash an expert and block with it? Because he's playing Jund Prowess, which is his own brew, admittedly, but there's no way that he doesn't have, like, we know he has a Bolt in hand, so if he does that, you're saying he doesn't have a Bolt in hand, basically, because he can Bolt your Munitions Expert, so even if you double block and you deal 1 damage to his guy, you only deal 1 more. So you're just giving away your stuff if you do that. Now this is him trying to hook me. But I guess I'm not gonna let him. We can dump our whole hand next turn. Yeah, so there's the Fatal push. He gets our Skirk Prospector. He would have got it no matter what. Notice he's killing it at end step. We have no way to make black mana, no way to do this nicely, so we have to crack it at some point. And I'd rather crack it now. I don't care too much about the Skirk Prospector. It was nice, but we weren't going to get this Monastery Swift Spear. We just kind of forced him to play awkwardly, and now he knows we have a Munitions Expert in our hand. The obvious play here is that we're going to vial in Snoop at end step, and maybe try to kill the Swift Spear. That's not good for us. So we'll put Snoop into play, and we'll play the Munitions Expert right now as well. Just, if he's got it, he's got it, but it's not going to look any better than this point for us to try and get the Swift Spear. And getting a... Okay, it looks like it's going to work. So getting the Snoop into play ostensibly around removal, because he didn't kill anything there, unless it's sorcery speed removal, is pretty good. I'm not going to block. I actually don't care about this Tarmogoyf that much. Not yet, at least. Oh, if I knew he was playing Scourge, I should have realized he was playing Scourge. I'm thinking it's Jund Prowess and not Jund Death Shadow. But, obviously, Jund Death Shadow makes a lot more sense than Jund Prowess. Not happy about the draws we're getting. I mean, we are going to get to gain more life than we would have here, but this is not a good position for us. Like, especially since Scourge doesn't force him to go low on life total, now that we're so low. We, like, kind of can't even turn it around quickly. We kind of just have to hope that, like, there's a Harbinger underneath this and he has no interaction, but we can't beat Temur Battle Rage game 1. I'm pretty sure we're just actual dead here. Yeah, so of the Death Shadow pilots, he's like,
obviously one of the better ones. So this is going to be a tough matchup. Now, do you bring in Blood Moon against a deck like this? I mean, we know that his mana is strained, and not only that, we know that he's trying to, this likely does nothing. We never beat Team or Battle Rage. That's why this is a rough matchup for us. This is likely a little too slow. I don't think Ringleader is really where it's at here. And he has Team or Battle Rage, so Krenko's not where it's at. That's room for one Blood Moon. Can I realistically shave more cards? Can I realistically shave more cards and still, like, do I really want another Terminate? He's not going to play that many threats. But is Blood Moon even that good against him? Like, I can turn to it. The question is if playing these Blood Moons is good at all. I actually don't think it is. Because it's not like he's drawing a bunch of cards. Like, I think I want max Terminates. And shaving the combo wasn't bad. And oh, he might play Plague Engineer, but I want to take out... He's not going to play Plague Engineer, right? I don't think he cares about goblins and elves and things like that. There's no way he's playing Plague Engineer. I think this is fine. I think I'd rather have the Terminate over the third Blood Moon. So Derek, if they fetch for basics, their creatures are way worse. Now he's got Tarmogoyf. But ideally, Jund Shadow, especially when it plays Team or Battle Rage, is fetch shocking the first 2 or 3 turns, and there's a Thoughtseize in there. Like, forcing them to fetch for basics is great. He's never going to do that unless he sees a Blood Moon, and that means in at least this game you can get him. Now, if we land the Blood Moon or he discards one and we end up winning this game, we can take them out, and Blood Moon has gotten a lot of the effect that it's going to get. But in a deck that even in Legacy is fetch shocking no matter what, like, Blood Moon is going to be good if you land it, and he has no red threats other than Monastery Swiftspear. So this hand really, really sucks. It like actually does nothing. Like, you do win eventually, but it's not good. And Thoughtseize wrecks this hand. But is turn 3 Blood Moon good enough? Like, he's not going to be able to Skyclave us unless he Monastery Swiftspears us. But, like, he could Monastery Swiftspear us. And this has, like, at least one do-nothing card, and then just, like, 2 really slow Matrons. I think we have much better hands than this. This is a much worse hand. I think we're going to lose. I think we're going to Moldify both games and just lose. We can't even cast this Terminate, but we have to keep this hand because we can't go to 4. We're in bad fucking shape. We have to throw back Terminate. This is... Yeah, I mean... The first hand was playable. But his deck is creatures. Yeah. His deck is creatures and discard spells. And that deck, like, we would have no Blood Moon in that first hand right now. And so you'd just be sitting on 2 Goblin Matrons and a Kiki Jiki. So, like, you're kind of just dead in the water and you're hoping to draw off the top of the deck. Which is where we are now.
just like we wouldn't have been in better or worse shape, but you know, that hand, you have to assume that he's got Thoughtseize. He kept on 7, I think. I don't even know. I didn't even check. Yeah, he kept 7, and we mulled the 5 both games, unfortunately. Because we really... My record against John Death Shadow is great. Might be better to vial it in next turn so you can play stuff off of the top. He knows we have it, and he's a discard deck. You're kind of rolling the dice as to, like, whether it survives the next turn. Now I can vial in the Mog War Marshal. Actually, no, I can't vial in the Mog War Marshal. But we'll play the Mog War Marshal. It's not really affecting us here. We can block for days with the Mog War Marshal, but we do die to Temur Battle Rage. So that's always the case. I assume he named Aether Vial, and he did. So generally, you don't even want to attack. Generally, you don't even want to attack because he needs to get below 13, right? Or is it 13 where it becomes a 1-1? It's a 13-13 and it loses equal to your life total, so putting him at 13 doesn't actually change anything. It kind of just forces him to shock a little bit lower. So I'll put him to 13, but you don't put him past 13, I believe. Especially when we have, like, cards like Sling Gang Lieutenant. Like, alright, so he gets a basic. See, he wants to be at 12 and not any lower. I guess, theoretically, he, like, would have... I want to... You know what? No. You don't pay for Echo. Because if I draw anything... Like, if I draw... Alright, I don't draw anything, but... So he's gonna kill my No, he's gonna make me discard. Okay. It doesn't matter here. We're just gonna sit tight. We still have Vial. I imagine he's got another Kolaghan's Command, or he wouldn't do something like that with no threats in play. It's not like he's tempoing us out. So I don't think this Vial is long for this world. Oh, you're right, I can't pay Echo. Good call, Kalante. Good thing I didn't want to pay Echo. So he puts Lurrus in his hand. And we have a Vial on... Oh, no! Oh, that fucking hurts. I mean... There's nothing you can do. 4 is the best thing to have it on. Because Ringleader pulls your 2-mana goblins out of your deck, so... Sealfire here on himself might win him the game. Just like on the spot, I'm not sure. But we're kind of in a deadish position here. Yeah, Sealfire every turn, rough. I think we just got grinded out by mulling to 5 and then not drawing anything. Although we're in it. We'll make blue mana to assert dominance over the guy who's about to kill us. I mean, we grab Ringleader. Although, wait a second. If we grab Sling Gang Lieutenant. If we grab Sling Gang Lieutenant, he goes to 4. And he's got Lurrus. Oh, he's gonna Seal Fire us every turn until we kill Lurrus. So, trying to keep a Sling Gang Lieutenant in play is probably bad. We can't even Vial. I was like face-palming, but we can't even Vial. I totally forgot about that. We have to get lucky to win this. Grabbing Cratermaker doesn't do anything for us. I guess it buys us a turn. Maybe it was right to grab Cratermaker and try to
either kill Needle or whatever. But we're just getting ground out. We kind of had a rough draw here. This is one of those coin flipping matchups, and he's a very good pilot. Yeah, if only I could time him out. All right, we're gonna concede. He got us. That was like, there really was no contest there. And I don't know if it's just because he's really good or if he outplayed us. He definitely played well. There's no question about that. I think our draw just really lined up poorly against his. This is a great hand. I mean, again, looking back at those mulligan decisions, which is where the game was won and lost, the best thing we could have done differently, I think, is maybe gone down to 4, and then your best 4 is so dead to Thoughtseize. Like, you really just don't want to mulligan at all, and our first hand was so bad. Maybe giving him infinite time. Have a good night, Gibello. Maybe having infinite time is like enough. Like, we couldn't have known he wasn't gonna have a Swift Spear, right? So, like, we're playing this because we have 2. And if this is a real green-white deck, he likely has no interaction that doesn't put us ahead. So, it looks like Jeskai, he's not dead. It looks like he's dead based on what we're drawing, but it's actually one of the worst things we could draw. But this must scare him, so hopefully we, like, get a path out of him, but I expect a bolt, so... there is that. Given what's on top of the deck, knowing this is 4-color Omnath, and that most of their removal spells cost 2 mana, I think I just have to play another Conspicuous Snoop and pass. It's not good, Derek, but it's what we have to do. We're not drawing anything good is the problem. You could theoretically, maybe I'm supposed to do this. If you might Mana Leak this, which would be interesting. And Mana Leak is a reason not to do this. Well, no, Derek, we know we're not drawing a land. That's the thing. Unfortunately, it's still our best play, but it's this isn't a great hand. But we can beat 4-color Omnath or 5-color Niv-Mizzet. I think this is 4-color Omnath. Island Mountain Plains Forest screams Omnath to me, but maybe he's got some black mana in there. And the Mana Leak. It's like, okay, Renin 6 is annoying, but it just makes their mana so good. I mean, we can't even kill the Renin 6 here, which sucks. We get to, like, attack it for 2 and then Munitions Expert it, maybe. You know what I mean? Like, it's not... Okay, we don't even get to Munitions Expert. This is looking more like 4-color Control as opposed to 4-color Omnath. Like, that's new. They don't normally have this card. So, we're not drawing lands, which is rough. Not a lot you can do when you don't draw lands. It's like how the game works. Yeah, this is new. This is different. I don't think Omnath usually plays Stoneforge Mystic. And this is a good player because he grabs Sword of Fire and Ice knowing that we can't beat it. A lot of people grab Batterskull just because you can have it without creatures. It's like not a big deal, but he smartly grabs the sword. Yeah, the Crater Maker, this is another reason the Crater Maker main is decent. I guess we're gonna play Munitions Expert and ping the Ren 6. Try to untap and ping the Stoneforge. But if this resolves, it would even be shocking. In fact, given that it likely won't resolve, maybe I'm just supposed to get, you know, something else. Or maybe he'll just like Lightning Helix this before my turn. Or maybe they just move to all Onthanices instead of Lightning Helixes, and he's got nothing here. So what could I leverage this Munitions Expert into? Likely nothing. We have to stop him. We have to stop him from being able to equip the Sword of Fire and Ice to anything. So I think I'm supposed to wait, but just because he could counter us with a Cryptic Command and then Stoneforge in the sword and equip it to it next turn, and we're not coming back from that, given that we only have 2 lands, especially. So now that his best they have got to play Archmage's Charm, right? Like, there's no way that he's not Archmage's Charming this. No, he Mana Leaks it. Alright, I think we just lose here. I think not drawing the mana is rough. And just as like for the record, whenever we talk about cutting down to less than 2 Pyre of Heroes, we always talk about putting a land instead. And it's like a catch-22. Wow, he just had both. We're just super dead. We can kill one of them and like make a long game of it, but we have to draw pretty well to get out of this, and I guess we were. Like, next turn we can kill Sword of Fire and Ice. But then he still hits us for 4 after hitting us for 6 this turn. I think we were dead. Maybe that was an early concession. But I think we were dead. This is a tough matchup for us, but Blood Moon is obviously great here, as is Boil. And Crater Maker, actually. Pithing Needle is decent. I'm going to side in 1 because you can name Sword of Fire and Ice with it. And is Krenko surviving here? Krenko might be decent here. Maybe we shave a Vial. No, I think I don't think blocking is going to be that great. Yeah, I think this is the play. Krenko is powerful enough that I'm keeping 1 in over this Mog War Marshal. Nah, I don't really. I think the 2 Kikis are the perfect amount to have in the deck. We're gonna keep this hand, because he's counterspell heavy, and we have 2 Ether Vials. So, I think the 2 Kikis are like the perfect amount to have in the deck, because you do draw a Kiki in a lot of games. Like, it's not uncommon. And having the combo, especially since you're ripping through your deck with Ringleaders, so having the combo like still accessible is something I like. Maybe it's a crutch, and those games where I drew the 1 key, like see right here, having those games where I drew the we want to get a swamp with this because of Blood Moon, but we don't want to signal Blood Moon. So we're just going to play this Aether Vial. So like maybe you could win those games with like the Pashalik Mon Skirk route. But I don't know.
This happens often enough where I have a Kiki in hand where I'm just like, I can't have him on board and have the combo work, right? It's like one of the few things. I can draw Sling Gang Lieutenants, and that's fine, but I can't have a Kiki on board and have the combo work. And a lot of times you get into positions where, you know, that's like your only out. Not your only out, but it's the reason your deck has power. You know what I mean? There are plenty of grindy matchups where you don't need to do that. That was a fantastic draw, in case you guys didn't know. Now, even if he bounces this, we can boil him, boys. Not right now. But let's say he somehow gets his 4 islands in play. Oh, that's a really good draw. We can kill it, so it's not a big deal. But we do have to kill it. So, like, that actually still beats us through Blood Moon. But luckily, we are going to Matron for Crater Maker. And we have to use the Vial because we need the mana. I probably should have waited till he tried to equip, but honestly, I'm trying to demoralize him. I don't think that, like, he has a lot of outs here, and this was him being like, oh yeah, well, I still got this. Yeah, there you go. Demoralization is a that works. That works sometimes. That's a legitimate plan. I conceded really early last game. He concedes really early this game, but he had very few outs. Obviously, to bounce it, he needs blue mana, and how many basics is this guy playing? I'm assuming he's playing Teferi. I don't want to keep this. I think that this hand pretty much sucks. I mean, you do have double Vial into Pyre, into like super grindy game where you pyre your munitions experts into things and whatever. Maybe that's enough. I mean, it's obviously not as good as Blood Moon. He mulliganed. You know what? This hand is playable. And it's like sort of a controlled mid-range matchup, so like we're gonna have time. I'll do it. I'll do it for free, chicken. We play Anti-Salvo first, Blood Crypt second, so we never have to... Oh no! We do have to reveal. So maybe we play Blood Crypt first, and just hope we draw an untapped land. So he grabs basic. Obviously these munitions experts are looking a lot better now. Vial. I would have liked to Pyre, but we're gonna kill this Noble Hierarch. So he'll get 3 mana for this turn. Maybe he'll Teferi bounce our Vial. And we kind of have to play Munitions Expert no matter what. So, because you never know what they kept on. Like, it could be 1 land in Noble Hierarch, and then they play a 2nd land, and they're just, like, so thankful. Yeah, it doesn't look like they have another land, so... or at least they're trying to make it look that way. He gets Batterskull, not Sword of Fire and Ice. Interesting. I mean, we definitely kill... Agadeem, interesting. I would love to be able to get the 2nd Vial in play ASAP. Looks like next turn we're gonna... Oh, is this some kind of... Okay, I was like, whenever somebody fetches in response, I'm always like, oh no, is he gonna save it with a Mutagenic Growth? Mutagenic Growth being in decks, like not just like in the format as a possibility, like actually being played, throws my radar off so much. So he's probably gonna kill this? Yeah. So we can't... I mean, he can't get the sword into play, but we also can't kill it. Which is unfortunate. If he attacks, theoretically, he's not going to attack, though. but we can get it into play without revealing it, so that's a thing. And then I guess you matron next turn, like you're gonna play this munitions expert no matter what, and then you matron, and then eventually you Agadeem. I don't know though, but yeah, Pyre needing to carry us this game, and it's certainly capable of it. One of the maybe we don't vial this in, because we would love to kill the Stoneforge Mystic in response to him trying to equip. Let's see, if we vial it in and we get matron, we can matron for munitions expert and then play munitions expert. Although no. Well, yes, we can do that and pay 3 for Crypt of Agadeem. Is that right? It might be right. Because there's no way he's not putting Batterskull in here. But do we care about Batterskull? He might also have the sword already, and that's why he got Batterskull. This is tough. I think we do have to do it. I think all of the ways that we win this game involve drawing cards. I remember earlier in the night, when I was just a young lad, we were talking about maybe it was right to pyre away our guy for matron and just start getting cards, and we regretted not doing it. I think here we sort of have to. I think it's correct as well, like something to be said. But now, I think we tick up anyway as well, because we can play this, and 5 mana is pretty far away, even though we already have 4, but like, I think it's just right to tick this up. I think there's just way more upside to ticking this up. Because if you matron off of your vial, just like naturally drawing it, then you can munitions expert and you pyre into matron for something else, or you pyre into. There's a lot of good play here. Matron for ringleader. That for matron for ringleader. So he paths our guy. We're not going to get to do any of those plays. But matron for ringleader, it's obviously an interesting line. It doesn't do enough, I think. Although it is a Batterskull, I mean, I'd love to get Brennan 6 off the board. He is fetching basics, so like matron for ringleader, because we would have had this to play the matron, and then a 4th mana for ringleader. It's pretty good. It's actually it's a solid line. I don't know if I would have played it. Here though, we're just gonna play our anti-salvo tapped. We're not in too much trouble unless he has sort of Fire and Ice in his hand. Batterskull we can beat after it connects and is equipped or whatever, but this Renin 6 is getting so much value. That's really the worst part of this. Yeah, and setting up for Agadeem means playing a 5 mana munitions expert right now. It's not even great. But we have good draws. We have Crater Makers, we have Ringleaders, and we have Vials that are going to be on these things, and you know, eventually, let's fake something in hand. We have plenty of time on our clock. No, you can't pyre in response to Path. You can only do it as a sorcery. Otherwise, I would be vialing on other people's turns all the time.
I wish it said activate only on your turn instead of activate only at sorcery speed, but here we are. Yeah, that's one of the reasons that 4 is not better. Renin 6 is the best card in a lot of these 4-color decks. It's one of the reasons I originally wanted to play something like Engrath's Rampage instead of Terminate, but these decks stopped showing up for a while, so I switched over to Terminates. Obviously, we're drawing so great here. Professionals draw lands, as I say that all the time, but I didn't mean in this scenario. But we're drawing professionally. This establishment would get a 1-star rating on Yelp. Way too many lands, never going back there. Who designed this shuffler? But it happens. It's rough. We're actually having some rough matchups against decks that... Oh, this is fucking bad for us. We're having some rough matchups against decks that we're good against. Maybe I was supposed to play Munitions Expert and just get it into play. But not being able to Pyre immediately felt bad, so I didn't. It's possible I was supposed to play it for basically no value, though. But it's... I don't know, man. I don't think you win that game. But maybe you do. Maybe you win it more often than you win this game. So we want to hit yes on one of them. We can play Kiki off the top. So, like, from now on, we're probably just going to leave these on 4 and 3. Okay. So that is obviously one of the better draws in our deck. He has a Sword of Fire and Ice. He's going to Vial it in. We can Matron for Ringleader and draw a lot of cards. We can Matron Pirate for a Ringleader, but Matron for a Crater Maker to make sure that we get that. And then if we hit another Ringleader or a Sling Gang Lieutenant, we can Vial that in. And I kind of like that. I think because we cannot let Sword of Fire and Ice get on any creature. Batter Skull, anything. We can't build a board after that. So, this is going to grab Crater Maker. I really hope that he doesn't kill us in response to the trigger. Like, if he does, obviously we get to search for something else. We probably won't, because we can't beat... we still can't beat the sword. But we're going to do this before he has a chance to do anything else. Now, it's possible that the correct play is to go for Sling Gang Lieutenant and hope he has nothing. It's 5 cards in hand, though. At least one of them is a land, I would think, given that. Ugh, not what I wanted to see. Off the top. But, I mean, it does allow us to do an interesting Crypt of Agadeem next turn. That's not the name of the card. That's just what I call it. It's Agadeem the Under Crypt or Agadeem's Awakening. It's always Agadeem, never Crypt of. So he Aether Gusts it, and that's really fucking bad for us. That is really bad for us. I believe I have to... Are we just dead to that? We have 2 blockers for these guys. We kind of have to draw this next... I think we're just dead. I'm just trying to think of a scenario where I get enough cards in play next turn if I draw this Crater Maker. So, like, if I draw the Crater Maker and I play Agadeem plus him, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I get a 2-drop. I guess I make these into mana? No, because he's gonna shock this. I think we're just dead. But no, but I think we're actually dead, Derek. Like actually dead on board. Because Renin 6 is going to deal 1 to us. He's going to equip... I guess he can equip... he can play and equip without tapping any of his Stoneforge Mystics. He swings with a 6/6 Batter Skull. He shocks us for 2. Like, killing the sword at that point doesn't get us anywhere. Like, because you gotta remember it's gonna cost us 2 mana, so the crypt isn't gonna happen well. I think, unfortunately, we're on the hope we draw Sling-Gang Lieutenant plan, and hope he's foolish enough not to kill this Skirk Prospector with his Renin 6, but it's free. Like, with proper play, we're dead, and with perfect play from us, we're still probably dead. with just basic plays from him, we're dead. And even if everything goes right for us, I don't know if we have a way out of this. This was not smart. This doesn't save him any kind of anything. These are attackers in this scenario. He doesn't know what this is, I guess. And I have black-red open, and I tanked for a long time. But, I mean, we're super-duper dead. So, hopefully that targets our ringleader. Doesn't. It's free. Put it in the graveyard. Crypt is for 4 next turn, so we get everything back in play. We have to gain some amount of life, right? Like, he did do everything wrong when I said, like, if he has proper play, we're dead. Like, he didn't do any of it. We were more dead with him not interacting with our board at all. Because this puts us to 1, though. Oh no, we're just dead against Renin 6? Did he already... He didn't... Yeah. Alright, we were dead. Forget everything I said. Our opponent played great. Alright, that was 2 rough losses. Those are tough matchups we just played against, but they're not as bad as they looked. Those matches specifically made it look like, why the fuck would you ever bring goblins, you stupid scrub? Just play a good deck. But it's actually good against those decks. We just didn't draw that well. Oh yeah, thoughts on your deck list here. Totally sorry, I forgot. So here's Derek's deck list. Derek is specifically going against a known mill opponent, which means that these 3 cards mean you probably won the game already, because, alright, you draw 1, he surgicals another, he still has to mill you out, so, like, you're not losing. I'll tell you that. Thoughts on the rest of the deck? I don't know. I took out this War Chief a while ago for Pyres. I see you're not playing any Pyres. I see you're only playing the 3 Harbingers. I regretted that when I did it. I went back up to 4 and it felt so much better. Free wins are free wins, and you should take them when you can get them. You have 22 lands in Agademe, just like me. I don't know what the actual mana base is. It's exactly mine, except you have 1 more Arid Mesa than I have. Fetch lands. You have an extra Cavern of Souls, and you don't have the Blight Step Pathways. That's what you've replaced them with. It's fine. Honestly, do you even need the Chalices if you're gonna play 3 Eldrazi's? Is your I assume your is it all mill in the top 8? Like, what's the story there? Your deck is locked after the first match of the top 8? Opponents are Mill, Dredge, and Mardu Pyromancers. If your opponents are Mill, Dredge, and Mardu Pyromancers, I feel like I would be playing no Chalice of the Voids, given that you've already devoted three slots in your deck to Mill. That's my first thought. Terminates are fine. I don't know what you're trying to kill with Terminate that you can't kill with Fatal Push in those matchups. So I'm tempted to say these should be Fatal Pushes. I don't think Crippling Fear is good at all. I mean, it'll kill a bunch of crabs, but again, don't want to overboard. And like, you could probably just make get better cards than Crippling Fear against. I guess Crippling Fear is actually pretty good against Dredge. Wanted to. I'm sorry. I have like too many tabs here, and I was trying to move. I was trying to move out of the way of the chat, and I'm all discombobulated now. Give me a second. I want to play removals through Chalice on one. Okay. What do you think Chalice is good against here? And I think this is a fine hand. It's not fantastic, but Vile into Pyre with Matron and Vile, so you can Matron for Snoop if you end up drawing the Harbinger. Isn't Chalice on one good against Mill? Yeah, Chalice on one is good against Mill, but so alright, so here's maybe this is worth saying. The difficult part about sideboarding and deck building in general, building your 75, because they say your deck should be 75 cards, right? You're not building a deck and then a sideboard, you're building a 75 card deck. But the thing about it is, the field in a good format is wide enough that your sideboard is stretched thin. Meaning your sideboard cards have to be good against multiple matchups. If you're gonna play 3 Eldrazi in your deck, stop worrying about Mill. You're done. If you can afford those 3 sideboard slots, there is no reason. There's no reason to play Chalice unless it's good against Dredge and Mardu Pyromancer, which I don't think it is. It comes down after Thoughtseize. It stops Fatal Push, but you don't care about Fatal Push. Alright, so we Assassin's Trophies our Vile, which is fine. I guess what the fuck is going on here? This is Niv to Light is what this is. Instead of 4-color control. I think they play the Arbor Elf. So yeah, so I would be focusing. So Mardu Pyromancer is a grindy deck. You can beat Mardu Pyromancer theoretically without boarding. What I would do is I would go, you're already overkill on Mill. 3 Eldrazi, sure. I think 2 is enough. If you're looking to like play the odds, you play 2, and you don't think about it again. I think we Matron here, I guess, for Snoop as opposed to playing Pyre, because we can always, if we get another land, we can always Pyre and Munitions Expert and blah, blah, blah. And we have the combo in hand. We don't know how much interaction he has. Anyway. Right, so Eldrazi and Graveyard Hate is probably enough for all 3 matchups. No, Mardu Pyromancer is going to kill you on board if you don't interact with their board. Now, you can. Are you playing the 4 Munitions Experts? You are playing 4 Munitions Experts, so, like, you're likely fine. So, Crippling Fears against Mardu Pyromancer, 2 of them, great. You're in a great position against them already. So now you've sort of taken care of, you've taken care of Mill with 3 of your sideboard slots. You've taken care of Mardu Pyromancer with 2 of them. Now I would focus really hard on Dredge. You're not playing 4 relics. Go up to 4 relics immediately.
4 graveyard hate cards, obviously better than 3, and you have the sideboard slots. If you need the 4th Boggart Harbinger because you're gonna have to combo against things like Dredge to win the game usually. Would I board in all 4 relics against Mill? Yes, if only because it ups the number of cards in your deck and cycles and protects you from surgicals. And, like, it just has enough usefulness that even though you're not losing against them with, you know, 4 Eldrazi's in your deck, it's 4 cards you can draw that aren't your Eldrazi's, and like you're gonna have infinite time, right? Like, you're gonna need to combo probably to kill them, I would think, if you don't have the relics, because they'll just gain a lot of life with Crypt Incursion. But yeah, the relics are too useful not to board in, and it doesn't really cost you a lot to board them in. You don't board anything out for them, you just board them in. And like, that's a fine plan. So that's obviously a really small metagame, right? Like, you can, and they're archetypes that easily die to hate. So is this going to become a munitions expert? Like, what? No. If I kill Valky, do I get it back? Yeah. I'm like obviously tempted to play Snoop here. One, he has a bunch of mana, right? This is 1 mana of any color and then an extra red. So it's red X. All right, he can next turn bring to light for anything he wants. So the chances that he can't kill us or can't stop this combo is low. But do we lose any amount of tempo by playing the Snoop? That's my question. I don't think we do. Although it does prevent us from Snoop Pyre next turn. So maybe we just use all our mana this turn. Get like Munitions Expert. Keep pressuring him. Because like maybe his... We have to kill this Niv Mizzet somehow, right? But next turn we want to be able to pyre away our matrons. So maybe next turn we want to... All right, this is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. Sometimes I have that moment of clarity, and I've learned that when I'm streaming, I have to like fucking jump on it before I lose it. So next turn we want to be able to pyre away our matron. So we have to play it and pyre it, which costs 4 mana. We could play another matron and it'd be fine, but this conspicuous Snoop forces him to either bring to light for some kind of interaction or interact with what he's got in hand and not cast bring to light. So that's obviously better than us playing something that he doesn't give a shit about and stays in our hand, and then we're playing this control game where he just drew 5 cards and put a 6/6 in play. So that's why I did what I did. So our plan next turn is to play this card and start generating card advantage and putting pressure on his life total, while he hopefully doesn't play a Niv Mizzet this turn. Anyway, back to this thing. Yeah, it's overkill on Mill. Like, stop worrying about Mill once you have the Eldrazi's. Everything else is gravy, but 4 Relic of Progenitus for Dredge. I don't think Chalice of the Void is good against Mardu Pyromancer, so I wouldn't play it. I don't think Terminate is great against Mardu Pyromancer, so I wouldn't play it. I do think Crippling Fear actually is good against them. It kills Plague Engineers, it kills entire Seasoned Pyromancers. I assume that's the Pyromancer and Mardu Pyromancer and not Young Pyromancer. But, I mean, the only thing better than that against them is more card draw. So maybe you play
Goblin Ringleader, like the 4th copy of Goblin Ringleader, and like a couple Crater Makers because they don't die to Plague Engineer, and you can pop Plague Engineers with them. That's my thought. Obviously, Pyre, I think, is great against them, but if you don't own or don't want to play Pyres, I understand. But Pyre is endless amounts of card advantage. So if Mardu also plays Stoneforge, then you want Crater Makers because, yeah, them connecting with a Sword of Fire and Ice is a big deal. Not just connecting, but getting it equipped, because you can no longer block it with anything in your deck except Boggart Harbinger and your actual Sling Gang Lieutenant, and that's not ideal. So you got to be able to kill those artifacts. I might actually play Angrath's Rampage. Do they play Planeswalkers? I think you can make them sacrifice an artifact with Angrath's Rampage. I don't think Terminate is your best bet for removal, though. You probably want Fatal Push. Maybe... Because if they play a Young Pyromancer and they get no value off of it, they feel real bad. So... You're gonna do fine against Mardu Pyromancer if you play tight. That's the thing. So they played Bring to Light for Unmoored Ego? And what the hell did they name? He named Kiki Jiki, so I guess Kiki Jiki's all exiled now. So we can't combo him. We weren't planning on comboing him. So that's like something. I think here, maybe because we already have Ringleader and a second Matron, we want to get a Sling Gang in play. But then again, we probably just want to pressure his life total if that's the case, right? I mean, Sling Gang obviously pressures his life total fine. I want to be able to resolve this Pyre because it's how we win this game. Do I need to Pyre this turn? Or is getting Mog War Marshal in play worth it? Because we're going to be finishing this game with either a Sling Gang or a Chieftain out of our deck. I think that it's actually worth it. Because we have the Matron in play, right? So like if he interacts with us to kill our Matron, like bully for us. I think we're winning that game. So yeah. Let me get back to my chat. Oh, can you see all that? I'm sure you can. You can see my Facebook. See, fuck his chat. There it is. Why didn't I play Pyre last turn? Yeah. We wanted to. So he took away Kiki Jiki. We forced him to play Unmoored Ego to stop our combo instead of Niv Mizzet, or instead of any number of things he could have gotten by playing this Conspicuous Snoop. Now he is a 6/6 in play. But actually, we might be okay. We have 4 mana. We don't need to... Oh, maybe we want to get Pashalik Mons? Alright, how close to dead is he? Okay, we can't pay for this. I've determined that. It's very difficult for me to put into words quickly enough, but we can't pay for this because Boggart Harbingering a Sling Gang Lieutenant to the top is a legitimate way to win, and we want to also be able to Pyre out a lot of Goblins. Perhaps a Pashalik Mons with our Conspicuous Snoop. I'm not sure yet. So... Alright, Agadim... Doesn't do anything here yet. Niv Mizzet kills us decently quick. What did he put in his hand with Niv Mizzet? I didn't even look. I'm too busy talking about other shit. He got Abrupt Decay and Lightning Helix. So he can kill our Sling Gang Lieutenant if we play it. If I Matron, I can put Sling Gang Lieutenant into my hand. If I Harbinger, I can actually play a Pashlik Mons from the top of my deck. Harbinger Krenko? Harbinger Krenko is interesting. If I Harbinger Krenko after getting the Sling Gang Lieutenant, how many goblins do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Krenko makes 12. Doesn't actually die to that. Doesn't actually die to that. Like, it's not enough. Here, I should really count it out. It might be enough. I'm pretty sure it's not. So we would hire the Matron away for Sling Gang Lieutenant. We have no more Matron, but we have 6 goblins. We then put Harbinger into play, Krenko on top. We're tapped out. Well, we have this Agademe, but we're not going to play it. We're tapped out. We have 7 goblins in play. We make 4, or we make 7 more. He goes to 1. Can we attack past him for 1? No, can't. Is putting him to 1 enough? Probably. I don't mind it. He might actually be dead, though, if I get Pashalik Mons somewhere. So if I make this into Pashalik Mons, I have 4 goblins in play. And then I Boggart Harbinger, I put Sling Gang Lieutenant on top, and then I sack for 2, 4, 6, 8. No, it's not enough. Alright, it's actually a lot more to do it the other way. I just wanted to get... Is there a way I can Matron for Pashlik Mons and then I'm tapped out? Yeah, I keep getting stuck in that loop. I think you might be right that Harbingering for Krenko is just... I think putting him to 1 is enough. Oh, and we can attack past him for 1. If I Pyre the Snoop. Hey, Derek said it. As I'm playing the Snoop, I realize I have another 3-mana Goblin in play. Use Boggart Harbinger's ability. Yes. Put Krenko on top. 1, 2... Oh, no, no, no. Oh, fuck. I did this in the wrong order. This is why you can't do that. Damn it. Well... Does this change something? I guess I can Pyre, hold priority. That doesn't do anything. Yeah, I fucked up. He's gonna be at 2 this turn. I mean, we're gonna have a Matron to get like Pashlik Mons and like really end it, but if we get board wiped here, it's like not great for us. Yeah, I need to use the Pyre first. Can't play him off the top. There's no way. Is there a way for me to get another hasty Snoop? No. Fuck. Alright, well, we'll just do it because we have to at this point. Maybe. Oh, is he dead if I fired my Snoop away? I have 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. He was dead if I fired my Snoop away for Chieftain. Fucking A. It's like a whole bunch of misplays in a row. It likely won't matter, but it doesn't feel great. Here, is there a goblin I can play? I can tutor for. This is free to do. Is there a goblin I can tutor for that ends it when I have 3 less goblins? If I grab Pashlik Mons and then play this for 3 life, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, and then I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 goblins in play, and he dies. Yeah, so Pashlik Mons kills him here. We fucked up 3 times in a row, but I'm pretty sure he's still dead anyway. Not a bad card on top, but... So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 goblins in play. I even miscounted, so he's super dead. And he's tapped out. And we don't look so dumb for tanking forever because we did a long convoluted line that eventually killed him. We don't need to keep anything specific. Let's wait, cancel. Save targets. And then we'll do this and save targets. No, don't sacrifice it to its own ability. This is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Here's 15, 16. And he's dead. I mean, it was it was a good turn and a bad turn. We obviously killed him. We made like 6 misplays in the process. But the deck is better than I am, and there's a lot of outs to being bad. So that's something. I kind of like having a couple Terminates to kill Niv Mizzet, but I don't know if they're worth drawing less goblins in general. Blocking isn't important. I don't think he's gonna play Plague Engineer against us. Turn 1 Blood Moon is really important. I think Munitions Expert is likely bad here. I don't know. I don't think he's actually playing Arbor Elf. Some of them do. I don't think he is. Maybe because he could Plague Engineer and Munitions Expert is better, but I think this is fine. If this is off, it's by 1 or 2 cards. We obviously tanked forever there and made a million wrong plays. This is game 3 or game 2. This is game 2. We have to play a little bit faster if we're going to even get through 3 games. So if he has Utopia, he's probably playing the Elf. I used to think that, but it's actually because they're playing Yorion. They just draw cards off of it, and it fixes their mana so well that they play it without the value sometimes. In fact, a lot of the time. And here's a Birds of Paradise instead of an Arbor Elf. So it feels even less likely that he's playing Arbor Elf now that he has Birds of Paradise. Because I can't imagine you have 8 mana creatures in your deck. Maybe you have like 5 or 6 and you play 4 Arbor Elves and 2 birds, but that seems bad too. I don't know. And you're playing board wipes, so like putting too much on your Arbor Elf combo seems bad. We'll see. If he plays Arbor Elf here, I'm definitely killing it. But no Arbor Elf. Just drawing cards, cycling through his... Oh, these don't even cycle. They're just mana fixers. Very interesting. Wow, that is an awkward draw. I have to kill He has 5 mana next turn if I don't do this. So, unfortunately, I have to kill. I have to kill this bird. And next turn, I'll snoop into Vile and hope he only kept this. Because that cost him a lot of... That amount of ramp cost him a lot of cards. Maybe we'll snoop first before viling, because we don't necessarily want to crack this Bloodstained Mire, but this snoop has got to be dead. So it's like I almost want to... Okay, there's 5 colors of mana, blue, red, green. Is this a swamp? No, he doesn't have 5 colors of mana. So he puts Yorion into his hand. To reset his mana, I guess. Drawing a second Snoop is actually decent. Is it more decent than playing Aether Vial and getting a second chance at a Boggart, though? I don't think so. I'm just gonna shuffle it away. We'll play... We should really grab the Swamp here in case we draw Blood Moon. Because Blood Moon, not great against this draw, but I mean, I still like taking him off his triomes and stuff. And you gotta play it. I don't know. Alright, so he resets whatever lands his Utopia Sprawl was on. We can terminate the Yorion and hit him for 3, which is not a bad play. Not a bad turn, even. Hopefully there's a Prospector on top and we just get full value. We'll see. We don't want him, you know, to ever be able to play this Yorion again. And we also want to be able to attack him. I don't think that choice really mattered. He ended up deciding that because he didn't want to pile all his Onthenice value onto his planes and get blown out by some jerk Goblin Stone Rain that I might be playing, but I'm not that crazy. So he destroys our Vial. We do have 4 lands though, so not a huge deal. Oath of Kaya is gonna kill our Snoop, I imagine. Is it whenever a Planeswalker? Alright. We're gonna attack him for 1. We're gonna play Sling Gang Lieutenant, I guess? I mean, the other option is Matron or Ringleader, which is probably better. That's how you're supposed to play against these control decks. Like, if he kills my Sling Gang, I'm actually pretty upset about it. That's why I didn't do it. And he has a Thoughtseize to pull one of these out of my hand. Our hand is pretty good without the Ringleader, so you know, there is that. But this is why you get the Ringleader, because Thoughtseize wrecks you, and they're 1-for-1ing you in general. And he takes the Sling Gang. He's more afraid of that than more cards. He must have a Niv Mizzet in hand. But Ringleader is going to be good. Yeah, he's so afraid of... wow, he puts black, red, and green on one card, totally signaling a Kolaghan's Command, but... is this Esper Charm? No, this is Teferi, right? Teferi Bounce is a bad play. Kaya's Guile, so I sack a creature, he gains 4 life. Sack the Munitions Expert. He knows we have this. Get another Ringleader. Not the best draw, but not the worst draw. I mean, 1 creature bad, Ringleader good. He's at 16. He's a high life total.
And he has one card in hand. Hopefully it's not Bring to Light. Doesn't look like Bring to Light. We will thin our deck just a little bit, as opposed to saving it for a Snoop. Put Ringleader into play. Get a Harbinger. Can't play it yet. Blood Moon and Boil go to the bottom. Hit him for 5. If he plays a Planeswalker, we're killing it. He has to draw well. It looks like he's got nothing. Yeah, I'm not playing anything there in the face of nothing. He's dead regardless, so we're going to next turn. All right, this makes it so that if we draw a land, our hand beats him, and obviously not drawing a land also probably beats him. So we put a Sling Gang on top because Sling Gang plus Pashlik while he's at 6 life is pretty good. He plays the birds to block, but he's still dead unless he has something else. Did he just never get the right colors of mana? This is green. All right, I guess he just never got the right colors of mana. So we 3-2 that league. We lost 2 pretty solid matchups to kind of just mulliganing to 5, and that's the game sometimes, right? Here's the deck. Did the sideboard betray us at any point? I don't think so. Everything still felt great. We got crushed by Doomwake on Jund Shadow, but not because our hand was bad. Our deck just kind of didn't do its thing when we went to 5. So like, I don't think we changed anything based on that. I think everything we saw, we have a plan against. There's nothing we saw that came out of left field, and I've been liking the effectiveness of our plans in those matchups, so I'm just not going to change anything. These Pithing Needles are vaguely useless, it seems, but I mean, if we do play against Heliod, they're good there. Whoops. If we do play against Heliod, oh, I can just do this. We do play against Heliod, they're good there. So that's what we're playing. We're gonna play another league. I'm gonna search for it. I'm going to grab some water and use the bathroom. So I'll be right back. I thought I saw a keep. Are we going to ever play against Heliod? I don't think so. I feel the same way. I mentioned earlier, and unfortunately my mug smells like pumpkin spice as I'm drinking water out of it, because that was my coffee mug, and I just rinsed it to put water in it. But yeah, I feel like the kind of player that plays Heliod assumes it's a like a simpleton deck, and will just pick it up, you know, for a big tournament and be like, oh, it's the best deck in the format. I'll just play the best deck in the format and I'll win. So like, they're not the kind of player that's grinding leagues and trying to get better at their deck or try new decks. Or if they are trying new decks, they're not trying Heliod, right? It's already the best deck in the format. They don't need to test it. I think that's the only explanation I have as to why I haven't seen basically any Heliod. We're not going to try and get them. We're going to force interaction out of their hand by playing Snoop. Trying to get him has lost me many games in the past. And by trying to get him, I mean you munitions expert and try to ping and block. Yeah, I figured this was burned because of the basic mountain. I didn't say that. Yeah, this is the card that kills you when you try and get him, because then you're not taking advantage of, oh, I can kill you if you do something stupid or have only lava spikes, and then you're also just like kind of getting behind. You have this combo that you're latching onto. Anyway, Sling Gang is really good against burn, obviously. So putting one on top here when you have the lands already feels great. I am going to block here. If he prowess triggers us, that's just fine. It looks like he's gonna just warn us. Okay. Well, I guess I'll block. All right, so what if I don't block? He's tapped out. Oh no, I can just block and then clear his board next turn. We don't have to play Sling Gang Lieutenant, even though we can. So play Munitions Expert. And then I'm holding control. I'm announcing it to the world. Alright, it worked. I'm like always terrified that Magic Online is gonna be like, just kidding, sucker. You lifted control for a millisecond. Alright, so wait, let me make sure. This is already going there. This is mine. I have to go here. Alright. So we deal 2 to each of them. We wipe his board. This burn player is in trouble. His 2 best cards he could have is 2 more Goblin Guides. Like, let's be honest. And we're at 9. Maybe Boros Charm. Boros Charm is his best thing. Skullcrack, maybe. But it doesn't look good for our hero, which is our opponent. Alright, so we get a land. I'm gonna double block this. He can bolt our guys or Searing Blaze our guys or whatever. We're still going to be able to chump and do all of the silly chump gain life plays that we would have had we waited for Sling Gang Lieutenant to be in play. He skewered us, he lava spikes us. We now have life gain in play. If I have my say, I will never once ever... We're going to make blue mana to assert dominance here. I will never once ever crack this Bloodstained Mire. I mean, we're already dead to most of Burn's plays, but I'd like to add a larger buffer. So he's got nothing, which is good. Even plays it to save us both clock. Wow, that was a pretty decent draw, wasn't it? I don't see us really losing this game ever. Skullcrack doesn't even kill us because we wouldn't cast these Accept and Response. Once he has 2 cards in hand, Skullcrack might kill us, but he's not going to be able to get there before we kill him because of that fantastic draw. How's it going, Max? We're doing all right. We 3-2'd the first league. We're in our second league now, first match, and we're up against Burn. Burn Burn of the Swift Spear decks is our best matchup. It's not to say that it's good. It's our best matchup. Harbinger bad, Krenko slow, Ringleader slow, Pyre likely too slow. Blocking is good. Skirks are not great, but they're not bad because they pump up our munitions experts a little bit. I like running it like this. I think this is a good plan. If you drew 2 Pyres, though, against Burn, you'd be, like, kicking yourself. And if you don't draw it, you're probably fine because you're looking for all the right things. I know people, like I remember when I first found the deck. I found the deck 2 years ago. Back when it had Grumgully in it. And I was like, I've always loved Goblins. I'm a Goblins player for life now because we have a Modern Infinite combo that is so fair that it will never get banned, right? Like, yeah, I was just about to say, I know people are playing Dragon's Claw, but it kind of goes back to what I was saying earlier, where, like, you want to play cards that are good in lots of matchups, and I lump, or that this hand is atrocious. I lump because of that. This is a very good hand. I think you throw back Ringleader here, then any Goblin you draw is just good. Like, you don't wanna get all the way to Ringleader without playing a Goblin, and you'd probably like to play Pyre. Yeah. So yeah, the format is super wide right now, but I was gonna say I lump all of those. I lump Burn and all the blue-red prowess decks in with red-black prowess and Jund Death Shadow and things like that. And I want, because they all play the same way. They play these 1 and 2 mana threats. Oh my god, what my friend calls her, like, I think he calls her Taylor Swift, but the real name is escaping me. Monastery Swiftspear. They all play Monastery Swiftspear. Most of them play Soulscar Mage. Like, you're fighting these really early drops, and that's why Chalice looks good at first glance. This is interesting. So even if I kill this Eidolon, I'm gonna take 2 damage from it. So I'm tempted to leave it in play. And then, like, next turn Violin Mog War Marshal, as opposed to Fatal pushing it, kind of getting nothing done. Although next turn Viling and Mog War Marshal with a Pyre already in play, so good. Yeah, we gotta play Pyre here. We're taking 2 extra damage here because we're under the impression that Pyre is going to generate enough value, and this Fatal push will kill any very dangerous source of damage. We're at 13, and he's got 5 cards in hand, which is scary, but usually the kind of hands you keep with Eidolon are land heavy. There you go. Especially when he didn't do anything last turn. Are we okay here? I think we are. He can Searing Blaze this in response. All right, he doesn't. Next turn we'll be able to Pyre our Matron away, or for something very good for a Sling Gang Lieutenant or a Ringleader, and then we can search up What do we search up here, given that this is in play? We can just search up like another Sling Gang Lieutenant. I don't think we lose that game, that we get to cast a Sling Gang Lieutenant while he's got Eidolon on board. So our biggest, like if he attacks with this, I think I double block. Like I don't think I'm casting Fatal Push to give him another shock, and I don't care about these goblins. So like the 2 damage we took from Pyre is like the 2 damage that we might just be dead as well, by the way. Like 2 cards in hand, bolt kills us. We got up to Sling Gang as fast as we could, and it might not be fast enough, right? We will not cast this Fatal Push though if we don't have to. But anyway, yeah, I don't like Dragon's Claw for that reason, because it's like not even that good against decks like Is It Blitz. It like kind of thumbs your nose and burn a little bit, like haha, we both play red spells, but I'd rather kill their creatures. Their most dangerous draws are their creature heavy draws. Well, all right, that's a lie. Their most dangerous draws that you can beat are their creature heavy draws. Sometimes they have the draw that just is, you know, it kills our matron, so it's a good thing that we got. It's a good thing that we got this Sling Gang Lieutenant. We're gonna go down to 3. Is he gonna? Yeah, I'll block, dude. I don't want to have to go to 1. Any burn spell kills us right now, and we get out of that range by playing Sling Gang Lieutenant this turn. I guess he has to hope we don't have a land, and that's kind of what he's not all in on, but what he just has to hope for. Terminate's good. Wow, he doesn't think he's gonna draw it. So in this situation, we would play Skirk Prospector, or not Skirk Prospector, we would play Sling Gang Lieutenant, we would pass the turn. He could like try to kill us, we get one of our goblins. The best draw for him would be Searing whatever, Searing, not Blood, although Searing Blood would be fine. Searing Blaze, and then we lose this, but we gain a life. Probably 2 life I would do. Maybe all 3. Maybe I gain all 3 life. And then I would play Pyre, I would play Skirk, Pyre, we keep holding up Terminate, etc., etc. I think we win that game. It looked premature, but I think we win. That card is just, if you gain any amount of life against Burn, you know, they're in real trouble. Yeah, it's Searing Blaze. Because he had the fetch land, so we can't fizzle Searing Blaze, but we can fizzle Searing Blood by sacking our guy. But Searing Blaze also targets you, so it doesn't fizzle. Although, you know what? I don't know if Searing Blood, I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure, like, so Searing deals damage to target creature when that creature dies this turn, yeah. So, when the spell resolves, the creature's dead, so they never get the 3 damage, even though the creature died this turn. Although, even if it did work, and it didn't fizzle it, the creature would die before the spell ever resolved, so, like, the delayed trigger it set up would never go off. In the dark, against EDH players, I think this hand is good. What is he, Luris? Against Luris decks, this hand is actually good. I mean, this does nothing, but Snoop into Snoop is good. He thought seizes us, we're fine. Cliffs. Pass. It looks like we're in some sort of black-red standoff right now, but we're actually goblins. This is an interesting playlist. I would love to like put out a poll as to what type of music people prefer. It seems to me that when I play this inoffensive lo-fi video game stuff, I get a lot more people sticking around than when I play the Grateful Dead, even though I enjoy the Grateful Dead. I enjoy this too. I know my girlfriend hates when I play the Grateful Dead. It's just like too much noise for her, so 5 hours of me streaming, she can't stand it. But there's order in the madness. Is this zombies? Alright, I don't think we can lose against zombies. I mean, he's gonna try to play Luris, right? But that's pretty slow. I almost wish that no. I was gonna say I almost wish that I could let him activate. He just gets like a useless 2/2, but why let him? Maybe he discards like some madness card and he fucks my day up. So he Inquisitions, he's gonna grab my second Snoot. But against the deck playing Thoughtseize, an Inquisition, Ringleader is pretty good. He shocks. He plays Dark Confidant. I think I'm just gonna get Ringleader into play. No, because I have to sack too much. And I'd rather block Bob with Munitions Expert, so I'm not going to attack, even though he's at 12. This could be Grixis Death Shadow still. Although this card is super bad. This card is just bad if you're not a zombies deck. And like, I get that Bob is good. What I feel like is going on with people playing Bob these days is that Bob used to be the best black card. And Bob was one of the reasons that Jund was the best deck. Obviously, I will trade my 1/1 that does nothing for this. So he Croxes. Do I discard Kiki or this land? I guess I discard Kiki. Got another Kiki in the deck. So Bob used to be the best black card draw engine. Luris is now probably the best. And there's plenty more. But, and maybe this is crazy, maybe this is wrong. Do I want to play Mogwar Marshal just to like ritual mana? I get 1, 2. I have to use 2 of it, so it's like just an extra goblin? I don't think so. And we'll get... We already have Crypt mana, so let's play this. I keep interrupting myself with playing the game. I should stop doing that. I should just quit playing the game and start a podcast. So Bob used to be the best, and now, just because of Fatal Push, because of Ren and 6, because of other cards being better in his own deck, because of Luris, because of escape cards, he's just not as good as he once was. He's not bad, he doesn't do anything worse. There's just like people killing you faster, you're rarely getting as much value off of Bob. Although, obviously, he sounds like he fits great into a Luris shell, right? But he used to be really expensive. Yeah, Lava Dart was definitely a big nail in the coffin, so I can't believe people are playing Bob. But, yeah, he used to be so expensive, and he used to be so good. And back when you were a little kid in college, a little kid in college, dreaming of being able to afford your Magic deck. And did he escape this? I think he escaped it, right? He didn't play anything else. Yeah, from the graveyard for its escape cost. So this is going to stay in play, which means I need to block for a while, which I think means that I discard Crater Maker here. Even though Crater Maker is like a removal spell for Luris and Bob, this Kroxa probably kills us on its own if we don't draw well. So here, I think I do want the mana because I want to be able to get on board, and I don't want to have to pay Echo next turn. Oh, Luris is going to... Fuck, I fucked up. I fucked up because Luris is going to attack. Not Luris. Kroxa's going to attack and make us discard whatever I get here. Unless it's a 2-mana card that I put directly into play. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 goblins. I can do 4 damage to Luris. Or to Kroxa. I keep saying Luris. I need to be able to put a 2-mana card in play here. Maybe I was supposed to hold the Mogg War Marshal and the Matron, or just play the Matron. That's probably better. I can get Pashalik Mons into play, and that's pretty tough for him to deal with. What else can I get into play? If I can get Ringleader into play and just hopefully draw more than one card. I can get Chieftain into play and hit him for 2, 4. Hit him for 4. Not good. I could get Kiki into play and have no board. So I'm between Pashalik Mons, Mogg War Marshal, and just a Ringleader that sacks everything and hopefully draws more cards. That might be just the best play. Pashalik Mons, we lose 3, we have 3 goblins in play. If he attacks, we take 3, he's in trouble. But then we kind of have to draw still. No, because we have 4 lands. And we can just start making more. Alright, so Pashalik Mons, if he's got nothing in hand, is probably our best play. Unfortunately, we should have held the Mogg and played the War Marshal and then gotten another Ringleader in our hand. Or not played the War. Held the Mogg, played the Matron, kept the Ringleader in our hand. Alright, so there we drew a Fatal Push out, which is good. He's at 7. We have 4 power in play, so he can't attack without playing blockers. And the only blockers we know of that he has like definite access to are Luris, which is he can't do right now, unless he did it already. He did it already, I think. No, he didn't do it yet, did he? He's about to put him in his hand now? Yeah. So that's how that works. So he plays Luris, which is fine. He draws an extra card with Mishra's Bauble. We have a lot of good draws. We kind of need to hit them though, because this is going to kill us quickly. Did he target us with that? Yeah, he targets me. He knows we've got this, but so do we. I mean, we're about to play it, right? Do I just attack here? Is there a card I can put on top that wins me the game? If he attacks me?
We can prevent him from gaining life by blocking and sacking with Pashalik Mons. And then we have 4 damage in play. And he'd be at 5. I actually think that that's fine. Alright, thanks Kalante for showing up. And thank you to Derek. No problem on the feedback. I love talking about it. So... as long as he's got that Luris, we're in a little bit of trouble. But if we deal 2 to him, I think we're supposed to attack here. If he wants to give up the Luris, he can. And then I think what I want to do is... Okay, so he is going to block. And I think we're fine with that. He effectively gains 2 life. We play this. What we play is protected on top of our deck. We don't have to block. And we could just try to fade the bolt. Are we dead to bolt no matter what? I think we're dead to bolt no matter what, because he would just bolt this. We'd have to block with Pashalik Mons. He's at 7. We play our guy. It's not good for us. So, like... But we don't need to... We don't need to play that gambit, actually. Because we can hit him for 2 if he plays nothing. Like, playing a blocker would be rough for us. We're going to have a lot of chump blockers, so, like... He goes to 7 here. We're going to play Sling Gang Lieutenant. I don't know what he has in hand. Him killing his Pashalik Mons is kind of bad for us. It's a Crypt Breaker, so we're probably in decent shape. I guess this Crypt Breaker is, like... I don't know. It seems like it's there to specifically discard Kroxa, and you can also just pay 2 mana and discard Kroxa. So he Drown in the Lock's our spell, so we can't... Wow, Drown in the Lock? What? Did anybody expect that? What? Like... What? I'm so confused. We're just dead here, but like... He was dead if he didn't have that, which is... I mean... I am sort of flabbergasted by Drown in the Lock being in this Grixis deck. Grixis Crypt Breaker, Drown in the Lock. Nonsense. We should have probably put him to 6, but I'm dead no matter what. I'm just like on autopilot right now. Like, what the fuck was that? How do you... You don't even have cards that are filling up my graveyard? Right? I guess you're discarding my cards, but... That was weird. Not what I expected. Fatal Push is great here. I guess Blood Moon is good. He's got way more black cards than red cards. In fact, I'm gonna put 3 of them in. He seems to really care about the graveyard. There's something I'm missing here. Like, I don't know what it is, but I'm missing something. He is the kind of player that brings in Plague Engineer, I think. We might shave a Kiki here because our plan is to grind him down as opposed to combo. I don't normally like shaving Kikis, but this chieftain kind of sucks too. Maybe the relics just aren't good enough. Maybe just a one-of relic. This is like a disjointed plan. Like, I don't want to play relic into Blood Moon. Like, that sucks. And Fatal Push and Blood Moon are good together. That's true. I'm gonna hedge against him playing Plague Engineer. And we'll just do this. Obviously we want to be on the play. That Drown in the Lock scared the shit out of me. It's making me bring in this relic, which is probably bad. This hand is good. We play Cavern, so Drown in the Lock doesn't matter anymore. Which is probably why I shouldn't have boarded in Relic, but with Crypt Baker, I'm just, I don't know. Maybe this guy plays a lot of Drown in the Locks, and that was just the first turn it was relevant, and he fucking got us with it though. We're gonna hope that he taps out for something silly. We'll just play this Aether Vial. Meaning, I'm not gonna play the Snoop into removal.deck here. So we're gonna hope he taps out for something silly after I Matron for Harbinger. Although, if I just Matron for Ringleader, I'm fine, right? Although Matroning for Harbinger, even if he kills our Snoop, we then Harbinger our Ringleaders to the top. So I think that that's fine. And we obviously won't go for it if he's just holding up cards, holding up mana. But, wow. Drown in the Lock, getting us. Getting got. Okay. Okay. If this is Bob, I'm gonna kill it. It is Jace Vryn's Prodigy. Relic's looking better by the second. This deck looking worse by the second, though, if I'm being honest. Do I even care about that enough to kill it? I don't think so. I mean, I guess it fills his graveyard and flashes back his spells. I'll kill it. Why not? I'm tapping out next turn, so we might never get a real good chance to play it again. But Matron with Vials, multiple Vials, is kind of where you want to be. Just gonna take 2 more. We make red mana here. I guess I just get a Ringleader. I don't think it's wrong at all. I don't think this deck beats us in the Grind Fest. And even if I Snoop at end of turn here, untapping and playing a Ringleader after forcing him to use his mana is very good. And you're Ringleadering with a Vial on 3 and a Vial on 2, you're in great shape. I mean, I imagine there's some number of counter spells over there that are blanked by this. Lazav. He surveils 1, puts 1 card on top of his library. Then what? He casts Death Shadow? What is going on here? He has like 20 cards. Like, how do I... What is he actually doing? Does that change anything? I don't think it does. I mean, it kills his Death Shadow. I think I want to do that. Oh no, it doesn't kill his Death Shadow. It makes his Death Shadow bigger. Oh my god, I'm so dumb. Yeah, we're using both these abilities. Okay. It's sort of free. Do I want to take it off the top just so I can't draw it? I guess I get to look for a Harbinger with it. So I just want to do it. He's tapped out. So we'll use this first. I'm going to look for a Harbinger here. Crypt of Agadim in play. Non-basic lands are mountains, if we choose to play that. I don't think we want to leave that, though. I mean, he's very close to dead. If we just get, like, many goblins in play. And there's a chance that we also hit Kiki-Jiki off the top here, which would be interesting. So there's Harbinger. He's dead. This is the Cambo. There are many like it, but this one is mine. We use Harbinger because he tapped out. Use Harbinger to grab Kiki-Jiki. We make infinite copies of our conspicuous Snoop. We then make another copy of... We didn't get all our Slingangs out of our deck, right? Right. We then make another copy of Boggart Harbinger to put Slingang Lieutenant on top of our deck. And then we drain him for his last 11 life points. And have a scary Death Shadow on the other side of the board for just a second. It takes 2 clicks for some reason. When you turn off auto yields, the first click on your creature that used to have it, or maybe any creature, but that's the only one I ever click, it doesn't take. So target him, save targets, click a random one. We weren't playing for the combo there, we just happened to hit it. But we had a lot of looks at it. We had one underneath the Skirk plus a shuffle from the fetch land plus 4 more looks from the ringleader. Oh. He asked me what am I missing. He's playing like he's playing EDH, I gotta be honest. Not his skill, his fucking deck list. I'm explaining the combo to him. There was a Slingang Lieutenant on top of my library. Conspicuous Snoop gets all the abilities of goblins on top of my library. And Slingang lets me sack a goblin to drain you for 1. I like the sideboard the way we did it. We're just gonna do it again. Is it activated abilities? Yes. Alright, so we explained the combo to him. Now he might board against us differently.
but I never mind. I never mind explaining it to my opponent. When I'm playing in paper tournaments that are like obviously not high stakes, as most tournaments aren't. Is this hand good? There's no Vial, so this Pyre is a little bit worse. And this does nothing. And Agademe sucks. Get a mulligan. This hand is a ton better. Do you just throw back Relic here? Because it's kind of does nothing? I think you do. Although, like, Relic plus Fatal Push is probably really good. The Blood Moon is probably better. I think, yeah, I think you have to throw back Relic. Like I was saying, in paper tournaments, I'll explain it to my opponent, and if it's like a friendly paper tournament, meaning it's like at my old LGS, because I haven't played at any LGS in a long time, I'll be like, yeah, the best time to interact is here, because I've already wasted this, and you get max value from blah, blah, blah. That is a shocker. That he takes Fatal Push. Especially since he died to the combo last game. And he doesn't take Blood Moon? Like, I guess he has fetch lands for basics. I would hope. Like, here he gets a basic swamp, and then he's mostly fine. He just can't play his blue spells if I land Blood Moon. And, like, okay. Here he should name Snoop and not Kiki-G. See, like, I would tell somebody that. Yeah, he named Snoop. He's not a bad player. He's just an EDH player. He's playing with singletons, it seems. That must be the joke. He can kill my Snoop. So we're not playing it. For no value. Grim Lavamancer shocks things, and he has 2 cards in his graveyard, so I will gladly take one instead of losing the cards I have. Are you gonna Thoughtseize me? You gonna play a blue land? Alright, here comes an island. Not even a real island. He shocks it and probably passes the turn here, right? No. He puts Lurrus into his hand? You can't play Lurrus, dude. I'm playing Blood Moon. Does he have that enchantment killing spell? Oh, he can play Lurrus. Alright. Man just draws basic swamps. Lurrus is not great here, but good in general. Like, it means if I kill this Lavamancer, I'm in trouble. That was a good draw. I think here here I have to play... Well, here I'd like to play Snoop plus Pyre. And then I hope to draw a land. And then I Matron for Munitions Expert. I think that's what I do. I don't know. This Lurrus, he can't get value right now. It's just a beater. He has no blue mana, so like hopefully we're stranding Drown on the Locks in his hand, so maybe he doesn't even have interaction here. So he Engrass us to get us to sacrifice our Pyre of Heroes. We are drawing a land, so we're going to be able to Matron for Munitions Expert. And if he taps out his Lavamancer now, be able to get this Lurrus. And he does, because he's afraid of the combo. But you shouldn't make that play. Fear is the mind killer. Fear forces you to make bad decisions. He could have a Fatal Push here, but I'm not playing around that. Although I could play around that.
No, I can't. Yeah, can't play around Fatal Push, so... And he looks super F6'd. He's not. But we'll get his Luris. Unless he has interaction, and he doesn't. So we're in pretty good shape here. He will eventually run out of fuel in his graveyard, and this is just a 1/1. He doesn't have one of his colors of mana. We have all of our colors of mana. He might be better off shocking our life total instead of our 1/1s, but it is what it is, I suppose. Yeah, he's clearing our board. Playing Pashalik Mons for no value is kind of bad, but it does get his Bob if he kills it, so I'll trade 1 for 1 there, because Bob is likely better than 1 for 1. In fact, it's already gotten a Death Shadow. He's not at a low life total, and he can't use his fetch lands and such to lower his life total, so... definitely killing this Bob if he kills my Pashalik Mons. He doesn't choose to. We can, in response to him killing us, make 2 goblins. Instead, we'll do this. Because drawing a Goblin Ringleader is probably really good here. Given that we have no cards in hand. This is pretty much a free attack. He blocks with Bob. Pretty happy about it. Like, he is likely going to get below Death Shadow range soon anyway. Maybe I shouldn't have done that, but I think with Pashalik Mons, I mean, I think we can, with Ringleader, hold off his Death Shadow long enough that Bob could kill him and we could get an opportunity to swing in. We'll see. Yeah, this is silly from him. He might not realize what's going on here, but we're gonna kill his Grim Lavamancer if he... Yeah, this is... Okay, so here he was just looking to see if he got in the free damage. I guess... I mean, his Grim Lavamancer can't get any more value anyway, but it's better than pinging him for 1 and making his Death Shadow that much bigger when he doesn't have real good ways to lower his life total right now without us attacking him. So Ringleader is going to be good here. He has 2 Death Shadows, 2 1/1 Death Shadows. Thought Seizes are really good draws for him right now. They turn them into 3/3s, which are actually good. Munitions Expert, a great hit off of this Ringleader. You want to be able to play any Skirk Prospectors you draw, so you leave this up. There's no 1-mana black goblins in our deck. No whiff. Okay, those are good ones. Snoop goes right into play. Actually, is it worth... It might be worth playing it now. He knows about it. Yeah, it's worth playing it now. Because another removal is sorcery speed. I don't think he's playing Lily. Yes, and that was exactly why. And there's just another one? Okay. So we got to clear a Skirk Prospector off the top. Next turn we'll be able to Matron for another Ringleader off this Vial, or we can Matron for a Sling Gang Lieutenant. I don't know if Matroning for Sling Gang Lieutenant is really good enough here. If he swings, by the way, we don't block. He can bolt himself to bring these up to 4/4s, and we don't like that. Alright, so he wants us to sacrifice a creature. We'll sacrifice the Prospector. We still have 2/2s. Okay, so Damping Sphere doesn't really do a ton against us. And he's just got 1/1s over there. So, we bring him to 8.
I love you.
Well, that's a good draw. I almost don't want to
I love you.
play it like this. I almost don't want to get rid of it. But there's probably something that wins us the game here, right? If I matron for munitions expert, I don't win. If I matron for
I love you.
sling gang, I take him to that. I have a matron and then 3 more, so that's 4, 5, 6. And he's left at 2, and he's got huge guys that kill me.
I love you.
I think just blocking forever. The chances that he has room for Teamer Battle Rage in this wild Grixis Death Shadow Singleton concoction is very unlikely. I can also just play Kiki Jiki right now instead of. I think we do that. Oh wait, do I have a Snoop in? I guess he might have removal. But it's not a bolt. We're actually playing pretty slow. I think we're winning by doing this. And then we can just pass, and we'll block with the copy we make. I didn't realize that so much time was draining off my clock as I'm like wondering what is going on in his deck. So he targets me with his Mistress Bauble. He knows I'm drawing Blood Moon. That's probably not the right play. He doesn't want to know if he's dead or not. Doesn't need the information. Plays a second Damping Sphere. That's fine. So end of turn, we're going to copy this Matron because we don't want to draw this Blood Moon. Grab a Sling Gang Lieutenant. He gets to draw a card here. We are going to say yes to the Aether Vial trigger because we have a 4-mana Goblin in play. We can grab anything we want out of our deck. Probably just want to grab a Chieftain. Oh, did we board out Chieftain? Looks like we boarded out Chieftain. I guess you can just get a second Sling Gang Lieutenant for 1 million goblins. And you play 1. We can't play this Goblin Matron because of double Damping Sphere, but he's dead. He said GG in the chat. He wasn't just making us do it. I wasn't responding to him, so I was the dick. We're a quick 2-0. It's 11:45 already. Damn, we must have been playing slow today. Because we started at 8, and then this is only the second league. My brain is bad. Ugh. Tastes, oh, damn. I gotta make a phone call. I will be right back. promised to call my girlfriend between games, and then I forgot. Because I just get into the rhythm. I mean, you can't do anything super special here, right? We can play... So if we're gonna play the Snoop. Can we combo next turn is the question. How much extra mana will this Mog War Marshal give us? So if I play Snoop now, next turn, if I play Matron, which I can't play without I leave black mana up unless I sack the Prospector. So we're gonna do I think this is the way you make the most mana. It's 1 extra mana on any turn that you play it, and now it's 1 extra mana on this turn and the next turn. So now next turn we're gonna have 3 lands, and then we tap 1, 2, 3 for Matron. We sack Matron, that and that for Harbinger, and we kill him. Yeah, so he's dead unless he has some kind of interaction, and usually Titan doesn't in game 1. Sometimes they'll play bolts after board, but they're usually looking for Valakuts here and Dryads, so we're just gonna out-tempo him, I hope. Yeah, he plays double Dryad. So, just make sure we do this right. So, play 1, 2, sacrifice this guy, get Matron into play, grab Boggart Harbinger, play Boggart Harbinger for black, red, we get Kiki Jiki. We make 18 tokens. We can actually do it with just 17 Snoops. We can probably actually do it with 15 Snoops, but I'm gonna make something like 18 to 20 Snoops, make a Boggart Harbinger, copy, get Sling Gang Lieutenant on top, and win the game that way. That's 9, 10, and I believe this is 18 when you have this many. 3, 6, 9. Okay, so it's 19 when you have that many. I did that math the other day, or did that counting, and forgot it. 19. You get up to 10, and you just have those 2 in play. Use it. Put this on top. Target you. Give targets. People like don't concede because they have this idea that people are playing Mog Fanatic and they want to know. But also, I just make people show it to me too, so it's not like I mind. Do you want to play Terminates? You might want to play Terminates. Like, we do want to combo as fast as possible, and we have 7 cards we're boarding in. Like, you can't board out. You can't board out Skirks because you want to play Blood Moons on turn 2 if you can. Pyre doesn't find you anything that's game changing. Bile is likely a turn too slow, especially on the draw. Krenkle doesn't matter here. Chieftain doesn't matter here. Expert is kind of bad. I would rather have Terminates over these Experts. But maybe you take out like that, and you leave 1 Mog War Marshal in because it does neat things with your mana, like we just saw. if this is off, it's off by maybe a card. So,
It's a great hand.
I can't wait to keep this one. Oh no! Blood Moon's good. I mean, Dryad negates Blood Moon, in a sense. Fixes his mana and allows him to remove it, but... Oh, this is a good question. I definitely want to be able to play Blood Moon no matter what, so I have to throw back a Matron. This is a reason to keep Munitions Experts in. We're gonna grab lands out of our deck at his end step, so we're less likely to draw them. So this looks like an Amulet hand. He doesn't even have Amulet. So maybe he's just protecting it from removal that he believes we play. We do play it, but next turn we're playing Blood Moon. We're gonna use this to fetch a swamp. And then we'll Matron for Snoop, and hopefully that will be fast enough. Him getting a Valakut into play right now is probably good for us. Yeah. So the ordering of Blood Moon versus Dryad matters. So it's like a good thing that he played his Dryad first here, and then we play our Blood Moon, because it fucks up his mana. He doesn't get to undo it. But he does have green mana anyway, we just shut off his Valakuts. So... And because he's got Valakut and Dryad in play, his next land would kill our whatever we played. So we couldn't like just set up for the combo. He's gonna try and beat us to death before it's relevant that he can't Valakut us, and I think we're fast enough. We can even kill this Dryad, but it doesn't matter. So we can Munitions Expert for Matron. Or we can just Matron. I think it's just better to do it this way because you get to kill one of his guys and slow his clock down a tiny bit. And we could get Matron, we could get Harbinger. Get Matron. Not playing discard, so it doesn't matter. So we get Snoop. We have the combo. We have to wait for our Snoop to not be summoning sick anymore, so we could get Titaned here. But I think we're still fast enough against a Titan. Because he would play Titan here, it wouldn't have haste. We get a bunch of forests, so it wouldn't matter. And then next turn we would play our Snoop and just pass. We can even play Snoop, use Matron to find Sling Gang Lieutenant. Just to buffer our life total a little bit, which we might end up doing. Yeah, that gains us more life in the long run, right? Yeah, so we're gonna do that. There's a Sling Gang Lieutenant as well, but I mean, I will hit him for one. There might be some play here where had I kept the Munitions Expert instead of blocking with it or something like that. I don't even know if or instead of piring it away, I could now pire it away into a Chieftain, but that's the play. So we have blockers here.
buffer our life total. I think we win, but let's see. His best draw, something to kill Blood Moon, and then kill all our stuff. If he gets something to kill Blood Moon, we're dead, because he definitely has lands, and it doesn't take many to kill our life total, but also just clearing our board is good. So there's a Vesuva. I don't think he would play this Vesuva if he had anything to kill the Blood Moon. So this looks like a Titan. And then the Titan just still isn't good enough. Because everything that comes into play other than forests is just a mountain. So he can't do any shenanigans here. Like that Vesuva. If Blood Moon dies, Vesuva can't tap for anything. That's like a legacy interaction that used to be novel. We don't have to block, but we would. He's hoping we don't have it, but we have it. And we even have... do we play this? No, because we want to... Well, we're going to have infinite mana. But... I don't think it gives us any kind of cushion to even... Yeah. There we go, quick 3-0. Quick 3-0. Played some tough ones in this league. Although, not really. We played Burn. When I say tough ones, the games themselves weren't tough. The matchups are bad for us. We're slightly favored against Titan, I believe. But Titan, Death Shadow, Grixis Death Shadow, they're like a really weird build of it. And then Burn. But it is what I mean, though they're tough matchups, they didn't play tough in those games. Get so many emails that I just do not care about. Yeah. How these people get my email? Like, they try to recruit me for... I'm a programmer, and if you have programmer on your resume, people just cold call you. Like, from LinkedIn. For crap opportunity. Asking if you want to be the next guy that we can work to death at our finance app. And I just don't want to be that. At all. I've never met a person who worked in finance that said it and smiled. Man, I'm a stockbroker. I love it. I work for Morgan Stanley, and every day it's just a joy. I make so much money, and I get to go home to my wife and children, and no, they're all like, I'm thinking about jumping off the roof or quitting. My two options. They fucking hate working there, so I don't want to be anywhere near that industry. Klugs, I've played Klugs before. I've seen his name places too. I think Klugs played like a Mardu or a black-red deck that I was like stealing sideboard tech from. It didn't end up being good, but that was just a one-lander, so we couldn't keep it. This hand is interactive, and you get to throw back like your worst land, which is Swamp. I don't think it's great, but if you draw another land, Boggart Harbinger can put some pretty big haymakers on top. Although, if this is fucking Titan, we're in trouble. It doesn't look like it. It looks like mono red. Looks like mono red, guys. It looks like this weird, like, Panza mono green list that I played against the other day. Clothis. Yeah, this is Panza. So the idea is to get... Oh. I think I gotta play Vile here. Because they're gonna Ponza the shit out of us, and having a Vile gets around that. Like, getting up to Ringleader, unlikely. This is probably Bloodbraid Elf. No, it's just Pillage. Okay, so Pillage is good. Pillage was a good addition to Ponza. We're gonna kill this Arbor Elf to keep him off of 1 million mana, and we're gonna play another Aether Vial. Black, red. Kill your guy. Play the Aether Vial. And, hope you don't have another Pillage. Except the fact that I'm likely gonna get Stone Rained. Somehow. Scavenging Ooze. It's about to scavenge the shit out of us. So... It's a land card, he gets mana, otherwise he deals damage and gains life. But... I wonder, does he get it? Does he get the otherwise if there's no cards in my graveyard? I actually don't know. But this ooze is kind of large. It doesn't look like he has a pillage yet. Again. So... I kind of want to save this Harbinger to, like, hopefully combo with. He has 0 cards in his hand, so obviously it doesn't look like he has a pillage. So, let's see, do we take 2 here? If so, it's worded very poorly. Oh, target card from a graveyard. Okay, so we're gonna take 2 because of that. I'm just curious what happens if there's empty graveyards. I don't really care too much about Klothys, because Klothys is always gonna have fuel, basically. So, I don't mind blocking, and I don't want to pay Echo. Because if I draw a land, the Ringleader's a good draw. Or good play. Yeah, and there we go. Gotta move my phone, because when it fucking tells me the time, it makes me want to look at it. Google, shut up! Alright. Harbinger and another War Marshal are decent. Because of that, I'm gonna hit him for 3. I guess I should have hit him for 4. I don't know what I'm playing around by hitting him for 1 less, because I've got the Vial. I'm playing around Krosan Grip, I suppose, which is a card. This Season Pyro... Alright, so Season Pyromancer means we can't keep attacking. It also means he draws 2 cards, which, that's pretty good. He has no red mana right now, unless he fetches it. He does. This can't be a pillage. That's actually fine. I think I put the Crater Maker into play. And then we have to tick up to 3. But we tick up to 3, and like... He's not gonna attack with Klothys? That's stupid. So we tick up to 3, we put a Snoop on top of our deck, and then we win the next turn. Well, I guess we don't need to do that now. We had to play the Conspicuous Snoop out no matter what. Obviously, Aether Vial on 3, 2 Snoops in play. We're in good shape. He likely can't deal with both of them. And we have a lot of blockers. So here's Chandra. Chandra will target one of our Snoops, I imagine. Nope. He's looking for something like Anger of the Gods. He has just 2 green mana. He doesn't even attack. We're gonna set a stop on our upkeep. We're gonna put Kiki Jiki in play. Or on top. So upkeep. Stack this ability. Won't even make us do it. He knows he's dead. So what's good against him? Nothing really. You can't interact with anything he's doing. The best you can do is like take away his pyromancers, but I don't even think that's good. So I don't think you bring in anything here. He could Renin 6. Actually, he might Renin 6. Renin 6 is annoying enough that maybe I bring in a Pithing Needle or 2. But our goal is to just get enough lands that we're okay. Maybe Relic is fine against like Klothys and Renin 6, so you bring in 2 of them. You side out like Crater Maker? No, Crater Maker's maybe the combo's less likely, even though you're kind of all in on it. But you just have like a lot of time. Do this. I like that. Worst case, they cycle. I think you keep this. You don't really want to mulligan against them because pillage just fucks up your lands, right? So you just need raw card count. You know what I mean? I'll play this. I don't know. Like, we can get pillaged right away here. Whoops. Because of this Arbor Elf, but there's no way around that. I guess the way around that is to play Skirk Prospector first and then Vial next turn, but it's getting a land or Vial. Vial is equivalent to many lands, but you can't play around Pillage all day. So there's Klothys. We do get to Vial in Skirk no matter what. And we're just gonna... I guess at upkeep we want to do this after he targets... I mean, he gets the mana either way. But we give him less of a choice this way. So at his upkeep... Whoops. At his upkeep, we're going to set a stop after he targets his Windswept Heath. Wait. As long as your devotion, your pre-combat main phase. Oh, whoops. All right, so it doesn't matter. We might have just. Maybe he'll do something stupid to try and. Like maybe he'll bolt this and we can respond. Nope. I didn't want. So I thought it triggered an upkeep because what doesn't trigger an upkeep, and I wanted him to be forced to eat his Windswept Heath and just have mana that he can't necessarily use, but he gets to avoid that. Okay, so we put Skirk Prospector in play. We can just get a Krenko out right now. I want to say it's better to Matron though.
Like, make white mana to feign weakness. That's a new one. We'll get our Snoop because we have another matron. Although we could like hurt his mana by getting a munitions expert here. So then he only has like 4 mana next turn. But 4 mana has got to be enough, right? We don't have the rest of the combo, so why are we getting Snoop? To force interaction out of his hand so we can stick our Krenko better? I guess. Question is, do we need our Krenko to survive like that? Like, does it matter? If we get Snoop into play, he likely just kills it, and we get no value off it, and we get another matron, and then we play a ringleader off of it, and we're like probably in decent shape because we're attacking. But maybe we're just attacking, and we should be munitions experting. Yeah, I like that. As I get better, and maybe it's not as I get better, maybe it's just as I play more, my munitions expert lines start to seem better. Whereas I used to never search for them, I used to always just be like, I don't know what I want, but cards is good. So I'll get ringleader. Now I find myself getting munitions expert a lot more often because I'm confident with what I've got and what they can do, I suppose, too. That was a huge part of getting better at this deck, I'll be honest. Learning to play against the other decks. Why I'm still bad against some of the decks I don't see as often. That was a fantastic draw for him. He discards 2. All right, I guess it wasn't that good because he had 2 more in hand anyway, but it's still not bad. So, I mean, chances of him having no interaction in hand, very close to 0, right? There's a Kiki-Jiki, which is interesting. We could play it this turn. He keeps on not attacking with Klothys, like a rule. So if I matron and I get Sling Gang, and then I play it, and then next turn I Vial and Krenko, I'm like probably doing okay, right? Maybe I just get Pashalik Mons, and he has 1, 2, 3, 4. And it's like a minimum of 5 damage. That's not good enough. So let's just do this. Get a mountain. Get Sling Gang Lieutenant in hand. Play it. We have a lot of mana if we want it. I don't know. I think next turn just trying to draw removal with Kiki-Jiki and then draw out his removal with Kiki-Jiki and then vialing in Krenko at end of turn is like probably the highest upside play we can make. If he gets aggressive here, we don't even have to block anything, I don't think, but we can block sack, do some stuff. Like, we don't need a million goblins in play with Krenko, but we do have a million goblins in play. So he untaps his forest. This might be a Chandra. Chandra would hurt a little bit because it would probably kill our Sling Gang. An Elder Gargaroth, which I don't think we care about right now. Did he draw a card with it? I think he did. Oh no, you don't get it until he attacks? Attacks or blocks. Alright, so... nothing special to do here. We do tick up. We'll play this Blackleaf Cliffs. Play Kiki Jiki. We will assert dominance by making blue mana because we are in a dominant position right now. Can't be countered. What are you waiting for? And we'll just wait. We can play our whole deck at instant speed. Full hand. He should be just chunking me with this Clothis, right? Like, just trying to, at least. I mean, it is very scary to swing into goblins and not kill them, but 1/4/5 blocker is not that big a deal. So he targets our Kiki Jiki, which that's exactly what we wanted, right? Can we kill something? We can kill the Chandra, or we can kill the Greater Gargaroth. I think we kill Greater Gargaroth before he gets to attack with it. Like, if I was a better player, I would have been... well, no. I have already decided that Greater Gargaroth doesn't really matter, other than the drawing cards. And he drew, like, one of his best cards, so not a huge deal. But he should have attacked with Greater Gargaroth first to try and get me to make a move. But I guess this is sorcery speed, so it's not vitally important. So we'll target him. We'll sack this. File in this. We'll use it. We'll say yes. He's dead if he's got nothing, and he kind of just lets it go. So we're not going to use it. Anything is good here. That's obviously not what we wanted. We can do what? Can't do anything except Franco out 1,000,000 goblins, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, he says it right on him. So he's only, it's only 16 damage right now, but there's nothing for us to play. Just gonna pass the turn. Chandra can't hurt us. We can, in response, do whatever we want to do. Yeah. So. Untap something. But, like, what waiting? Oh, okay, so that's smart. That's a well-learned routine he just did there, where you make mana before you activate Chandra so that you can actually play the things that are expensive, like Greater Gargaroth. Which he must play more of if he's making that play. So that's something that we learned. So here's an Anger. We have a lot of good draws in our deck, but this does hurt. We can't pretend it doesn't. We even have draws that kill him, but this is painful. This wipes his whole board as well. There were draws that weren't Auntie's Hobble, by the way, that won us the game on the spot last turn. In fact, any Goblin would have, because he was at 1. He was at 17, and we had 16 Goblins in play. So just one more Goblin would have done it. Of note, I think Agadeem's Undercrypt, Agadeem's Awakening, gets us there. Ooh, is he... oh, you have to choose to play it immediately, right? So we're still going to hit no. For exactly this reason. We get Mog War Marshal Boggart Harbinger. He's gonna gain life, so it's better to kill Chandra. Because we have lethal after his gained life anyway, but we just don't want him to draw cards. So we'll do this. So these are lethal attackers. I think like the worst thing for us would be if he just got another the worst thing would be if he just got another Anger of the Gods. So the best card we could draw if he got another Anger of the Gods is probably another Ringleader. It'll take him back down to 3 again, which, you know, is right where we were this turn. So it's like basically a redraw plus. But this is one of his better draws, especially with us putting Ringleader on top, because we actually have to attack to kill him. But kind of okay with that. What did he chooses? Green for Utopia Sprawl. Okay, so he's got a 3/2. We attack him for 4. 1 damage kills him, and that's the Ringleader that we're getting off the top. So we will pay Echo because it's lethal. And actually, we don't need to pay Echo for lethal, but we will pay it. Because I don't want to fuck up. You get a Snoop. There's nothing that we can get off the top with the Snoop, right? Let's check. You should probably save this in hand, especially if you don't know if you're killing him, but we are killing him. I'm almost positive. Math is for blockers, but I'm pretty sure he's dead. We just played heavily into another Anger of the Gods if he's not dead, but he is dead. There's 5. We're at 4-0. We're gonna get a late night trophy? I'd like to. I'm gonna drink this nasty tea water. Not even tea water. It was like, it had milk at the bottom. Not, I mean, it was coffee before. And like, I feel like I can still taste the milk. As I'm drinking water out of this cup, I should just get it real. I don't know. I don't like doing dishes. 4-0. We've gotten 3 4-0s so far. One of them slightly less than ethical, but 3 4-0s. Or, not 4-0s, I'm sorry. 3 trophies, 3 5-0s. So we should be somewhere here. Alright. 4th one would be pretty good. Where am I? I'm not Zamgeef on these leaderboards, I'm Zamite626, because that's my old name. I still use that name in a lot of places, but I must have made this account fucking 10 years ago. We used to do drafts, me and my brother, and he didn't play Magic nearly as much as me. So like, one of the things about Magic Online is that the cards in text are small enough that you really have to know what they do ahead of time if you're gonna like not time out. There I am. So it was like, it was always a struggle against the clock. Elemental Maddie. I like Elemental Maddie. I might raid Elemental Maddie after this game. Because this is my last game of the night. Going for 5-0. Elemental Maddie, I'm pretty sure, if I'm remembering right,
and I'm keeping this because it's just good. He's the Australian streamer, and he broke his collarbone. I used to watch him a long time ago. He used to stream, I believe, with his like friend. Like two of them used to play together. Maybe there was two other Australian guys, but I'm pretty sure he was one of them. Because when I saw him again recently, I thought I recognized him. But yeah, he plays Blitz. When I say he plays Blitz, I watched him play Blitz a couple times like a week or two ago, and he was like, this is my deck. I'm going to buy this in paper, and it's amazing. And he's right. It's the deck that I should probably be playing as well. This is not Blitz, though, because he is a... I guess you keep the Bloodstained Mire, and you just play this. You keep the Bloodstained Mire because you can reshuffle with Snoop if it comes to that. And it looks like it's gonna come to that. We're gonna play 2 Snoops in a row regardless because so nobody plays Bug and doesn't play anything and has no interaction. Now he might be trying to counter our spells and just getting, you know, dicked by these Cavern of Souls, but I imagine there's some Fatal Pushes over there that he may or may not play right now. We'll see though. Yeah, there it is. So, Thought Scour, me, that's a sign that he has Drown in the Lock, either in hand or in his deck. I imagine there's going to be a pass here. So this deck is actually really good against us. Tarmogoyf gets out early, and if you keep trying to combo, you just fall behind and get hit for a lot of damage. He only has 2 cards left in hand, but I think there's enough value on reshuffling with the Snoop that I'm gonna play it. I don't think it's ideal, and I think here I keep the Matron because it blocks Tarmogoyf and advances our game plan. We do want to draw a land though, because you know what? We just have Ringleaders in hand. So maybe I do shuffle. This is likely another Fatal Push. Nope. Okay, so no Fatal Pushes in hand. Probably a Drown in the Lock though, at least in his deck. I don't know about here. Okay, so no Cryptic. He's looking for interaction. I imagine he'll find it. Nope. You're dead, bruh. So, Goyf. No blocks. But I lost to this deck yesterday, and I thought, and I still think, that it's a good matchup. We'll make blue mana to assert dominance over the other streamers. I thought, and I still think, that it's a good matchup, so when I got crushed by it, I was surprised. And what happened when I lost was I said, this is a control deck. There's no way that I need to board in kill spells. But they just landed an early Tarmogoyf and tempoed me out as if they were a Delver deck. And I played like I was playing against a control deck, so, you know, and my munitions experts that I did leave in weren't good enough against the Tarmogoyf. So it just crushed me. So a full row plus a 10 stack here is 19 tokens. We learned that earlier today. I'm gonna say it so that I learn. He might have just been explaining it to his chat. So this is a tough one. I think you side in Fatal Pushes and Blood Moons. I don't know how many of these you side in, and I think Crater Maker is bad. Mogg War Marshal blocks. The combo is likely bad. Munitions Expert doesn't do a ton. I think you bring in Boils, but maybe you don't, because it's just too slow. Krenko blocks his threats for days. Well, it blocks Tarmogoyf for days. Maybe it doesn't really block for days. I think, like... I think you take out this munitions expert. And maybe Boyle's too cute. Maybe Aether Vial. You can shave one. You can't shave a Prospector. Because you want to be able to play turn 2 Blood Moon. Some people would shave the Kiki Jiki here. Is Kiki Jiki... But you can't combo once you draw a Kiki Jiki if you do that. Maybe Krenko is just not good enough. No, Krenko... I'd rather have a Terminate or a Krenko. I think I'd rather have a Terminate, actually. And I might rather have a Krenko than a Boyle, but we'll see. He did play a basic. Actually, he played a basic there unprovoked. So maybe these Blood Moons are just bad. You know what I mean? Like... that might have been a mistake to play these Blood Moons. I mean, it does force them in their 3-color deck to get basics, but they look like they're looking for opportunities to get them anyway. But cutting them off blue mana is good. But maybe Boyle... He's only going to play one Boyle. You know, Blood Moon was probably bad, and these should just be Terminates. And when I'm on the play... Oh, when I'm on the play, actually, Blood Moon gets better. Well, here's a turn 2 Blood Moon with a Swamp. So, if it's good anywhere, it'll be good here. So, we're hoping he fetches Zagoth Triome. We want to be able to name Goblin in the off chance that he destroys our Blood Moon, even though this directs him towards keeping Field of Runes with Opts and Scries and stuff like that. So, it's almost like a bait and switch getting the Cavern of Souls, because it's like, oh yeah, give me that Field of Runes, but then we're going to Blood Moon you. But he's going to have, unless he holds mana open. He holds mana open. Do I go for it? I think I do. I mean, it's got to be a mana leak, right? I don't know. He Fatal Pushes my guy to avoid the turn 2 Blood Moon. Very smart of him. And I would never expect anything less of him. He's actually a very on-the-ball player. I think that's why I like him. And he's like good at conversation while doing it. I don't think I pay Echo here. Like, so there's some value in playing this Snoop out with the Bloodstained Mire, but there's also some value in forcing him to counter this Blood Moon as opposed to the Snoop. But he can't counter the Snoop. I think you just gotta play Blood Moon, right? It's not getting better for Blood Moon. And, I mean, whoops. Wait. Do I play Blood Moon? Instead of Blood Moon, I could, well, at this point, I've ruined... What the hell did I do? At this point, I've ruined my ability to shuffle with the Snoop, so the fetch lane gets worse. Maybe he kept something like Ether Gust? Do we bottom this? Alright, so he Drown in the Locks our Blood Moon, which is kind of good because it's both counterspell and removal spell. So, like, getting him to get a removal spell out of his hand for our Snoop is obviously good. And we're going to play a Snoop at some point, I think. Not here, though. Here, we are going to Ringleader and assert our dominance over our opponent. This is a fantastic card in this matchup, especially when it can't be countered. Unfortunately, we take the combo out of mission here. No block, or no attacks. We'll chump if he attacks with Tarmogoyf. Because the longer we can draw out this game, I think the better it gets for us. Even though we can't do combo, Kiki-Jiki is endless value. And even his value off of Ice Fangs and such, you know, they hit lands. Ringleader doesn't. I will chump. And I'll attack if he has nothing else. At least one of these guys. Probably both. Do I want to play Matron? Probably not, right? I think we just... There's nothing I could get off the top first. I do want to see if he counters my... Let's just attack for 2. This is... I would want to see if he countered my Snoop first. Or countered my Mogg War Marshal first before attacking with the Goblin. But, alright, so Ice Fang Quaddle here, fine. If you want to block my 2/2, that's fine. Like, I need to slow his clock down until he, like, kind of just doesn't have enough cards. Like, we can outgrind this deck if our life total is high enough. So, here, we'll do this. I can't imagine somebody countering a Mogg War Marshal. Yeah. It's Aether Gust I expect out of him, and that's how people interact through Cavern of Souls. But we'll see if he has it in hand here, because he would Aether Gust here. I'm not sure if he's just tapping his land so he can F6, or if he's gonna do an Aether Gust. It looks like he's just F6ing, but could be wrong. I mean, I guess you get your land, and then Aether Gust, and then F6. It can't be countered, dude! Oh no! Oh no! I have Cavern of Souls. That's what that is. That was brutal, dude. Oh. And we're showing him he's dead, but he's not actually dead. Because Kiki-Jiki's in our hand. Would we play Harbinger? Maybe we like Harbinger and put Skirk on top and then just play Skirk? That's like minimal value, but... Oh, you can Harbinger for like, for Krenko though. That's pretty good. So I don't know what he's gonna do here. I guess he's gonna try to interact with us here so that we can't play the combo. He's thinking about it at least. Maybe he's Thought Scouring us. Oh yeah, the combo is really bad against him in general because of Thought Scour, so... there's no way to get, like, more goblins in play. So... I think I'm gonna attack with 2 again. So I, like, definitely have a blocker up for this Tarmogoyf. It's probably overly conservative. I should probably attack for 3, but I'm okay trading my 1/1s for Ice Fangs, just like he's okay with. Whoa, that was almost bad. We'll play white to feign weakness. Can't be countered. Don't waste your Archmage's Charm this time, or do. Once we actually start searching our library, there's no point at which he can stop us from making goblins with the Krenko on top. So we kind of just pass, and if he has 2 removal spells that he wants to waste on you making a lot of goblins, so be it. But all right, so he's gonna Snapcaster Archmage's Charm. Like, what is going on here? Oh, he thinks he's dead. That's the thing. So he has to snap Fatal Push this, right? Likely he really should wait because it affects what I get. But yeah, that's. I guess you stopped me from making Krenko stuff.
We also talked about
Do I just get like another
nostalgia.
ringleader here? I think no. I think
Delicate.
I get munitions expert on top. Can't even play it next turn. I want to tap out. So I think it's just correct to get this Sling Gang Lieutenant because I have the ringleader already. Sling Gang Lieutenant advances our block, our chumping plan. So he draws 2 off of Archmage's Charm, but we've been forcing him to not get value off his Archmage's Charms, not only because he made a mistake, but because he couldn't snap Archmage's Charm last turn. He could outvalue us though here. But we have a lot of time. I think I blocked this Snapcaster. No, I think I can take 2. I think I can take 2 because blocking 15 more times wins me the game once I get this Sling Gang in play, and I make 2 very good blockers with it. So I'm okay. And we'll make blue to assert dominance now. So he drew 2 cards, and then he cycled 1. He played a land. I would bet there's another land in there. Archmage's Charm would be bad for us. If he... Okay, so he understands that we're just like kind of trying to kind of chump him out of the game. And I don't care about the 1 damage a turn he's going to be doing to me, especially since I'm going to be chumping him out of the game, like I said, and gaining 1 every turn. So I'm not going to attack and throw this away. We're in okay shape here. Getting to play Kiki Jiki and copying a Sling Gang Lieutenant would be fantastic. It doesn't look like he has removal, otherwise he would have probably used it already. I am going to let the Snapcaster trade on this Goblin. But that's just so I don't have to race so much damage a turn. Okay, so he Fatal Pushes us. Oh, maybe I should have thought of that. It's okay because we have another one in our deck, but it's obviously not great. Here I'm gonna Ringleader, I think. Unless we draw a land. If we draw a land, I think I'm Matron Munitions Experting. He puts Lurrus in his hand. He can't even come close to playing Lurrus. Oh, no, he can. Okay. Matron for Munitions Expert. Agademe. I would love to resolve an Agademe's Undercrypt with this. All going on. I have another Ringleader in my deck. So I'm going to play this Ringleader. I don't know if I play this Agademe. We get not great cards, but cards. If I play this Agademe, it's another swamp, which sucks. I can't even actually play it right now. Like, cast it. But it does help me cast Kiki Jiki next turn, which, if he has no removal in hand, that's obviously great. And Cryptic bounces our guy in response to it, but that's okay, because then we'll get another thing. He draws 2. And now I'm betting he's got a Snapcaster in there. Snapcaster Archmage's Charm, very good. We're gonna try... Oh, he gets the Luris. Yeah, this is grindy as fuck. So he gets to Luris Bobble this turn. I think he's supposed to crack the Bobble first, so that when his Luris resolves, I have no chance to interact, but it doesn't actually matter because I'm all tapped out. But it's good to get into like good play pattern habits. I try to do it at least. So I will chump the Goyf. Maybe I'm not supposed to chump the Goyf because Munitions Expert kind of needs more stuff in hand. So he targets me. He knows what I'm drawing. I'd like to know what I'm drawing. Plays it out of his graveyard. Probably targets himself. Targets me again. Doesn't care what he's drawing. Can't flash in nothing. Blood Moon, not great here, but turns off Archmage's Charm. Is this a Cryptic up here? Or is this Snap Drown in the Lock? It feels more like Snap Drown in the Lock. Which, like, I can't stop, right? I have to try and stop him from getting more value off of Luris. So Snap Drown in the Lock doesn't stop this line. Black, red. And we'll chump with the... Oh, maybe we just don't attack. Don't block Goyf this turn. I think I might take 5. Go to 13. Not only because we have this Chieftain in hand. Do I swing to get this? Yeah. I think I swing to get this Death Toucher out of the way because Kiki Jiki can copy Matron. And we'd like to swing with Chieftain and a bunch of dudes, so like see what we can do. But I think I take 5 here. His board is clear. I have to imagine that there's a Snapcaster in hand, but I can't play around it by not attacking with my Chieftain, although I could. Maybe I do. I mean, Blood Moon draws out... No, it doesn't. Blood Moon's not going to draw out shit from him. He's just drawn a ton with these baubles. So we can't play Chieftain and Snoop. So we play Skirk. So we can't counter this. I think I attack with everything except Chieftain. So he Abrupt Decays my guy.
Kiki Jiki unfortunately doesn't kill his Tarmogoyf next turn. I think we can chump with the Prospector, play Kiki Jiki, try to make copies of Matron to block, and then see where we go from there. Not being able to play this Kiki Jiki at any point has kind of sucked. He's got nothing over there. There's no way you play nothing on that turn if you have a Snapcaster. So he's got 3 lands and a mystery card. That's what he's got. Aether Gust is the mystery card. He's just trying to get in for damage. It doesn't actually change anything to sack it. Although, no, we already have one in our graveyard, and this isn't coming back to our hand. Doesn't matter. Was I wrong? Did he have something? Engineered Explosives for 2 is interesting. It's not actually that good. Especially since I was planning on making copies of Matron anyway, but it does stop me from eventually Munitions Experting. He might have actual mana leaks. The actual factual mana leak. Hopefully this is enough value that we can put this game away. We have a second one though. We'll attack with the Munitions Expert. Although, no, we might be able to force him to crack it before combat. Like, so this is my end step. He destroy target converted mana cost less than or equal to the. Okay, so whatever I make right now is going to survive through his turn and be able to block. He should have done this in my main. But he's just going to Aether Gust my Matron. Does that change anything? Like, being able to play Matron to get Sling Gang Lieutenant to my hand is probably good. Yeah, I think that's a good draw. Especially since we have another Kiki Jiki at some point. So he's gonna hit us for 5 here, though. We're gonna probably chump with the Snoop as opposed to the Matron. He lets us chump. I'll do it. Like, the combo's already been dead. This is a good matchup. I enjoy this. Good thing for a 5-0. He's gonna pay, right? Nope. I'll block. There is like no way that he counters this. So because he's got EE on one. Don't want to draw that. Please. Jumping with the Snoop here. Unless there's like... I guess we can get Krenko on top again and make a lot of blockers. I mean, he's not playing Bolt, right? So, I mean, his bolts come in the form of Snapcaster, kill your guy, swing in for more. Use it. Pashalik, probably not good enough here. I mean, we could grab Ringleader. We would grab Ringleader instead of Slingang, but I think Slingang is just like so good. Fatal Push on top! So good.
Because next turn we get to Slingang plus Fatal Push. Oh, I'm psyched about that. And we can... I will chump with the Matron. Well, maybe I won't chump with the Matron. I don't know. Because enough Ice Fangs and we're in trouble. Oh, he doesn't want me to have the Fatal Push. That sucks. Okay. We're back on our plan of Slingganging. Slingganging him dead. If he lets me, I will chump. He's just given me more time with this Eon too. Like, keep my board clear. My guys synergize really well. Definitely play this like this. So I think you play this first. I think you play it first because you want to be able to attack and get your 1 damage and your 1 life if he has something like a Ice Fang Coatl. I am faking a munitions expert here, which probably shouldn't, but the Aether Vial doesn't do anything, so... It is 9-9. We have no 2-drops in play, and he has his engineered explosives. Have a terminate. I gotta imagine he's got counterspells, right? Do I play Blood Moon to try and bait out a counterspell? I don't think it matters. I do want to know if it resolves, though. He's got Snapcaster. Casting Terminate is so bad. Whereas casting Kiki Jiki, pretty good. I think we cast Kiki Jiki. Because it baits out a Snapcaster, and copying Slingang Lieutenant even once is good. Copying Goblin Matron once is good. Playing at 1, dude. I'm a grown ass man. I could play at 1 in the morning. We don't attack with this guy. I think we do attack with the Matron and the Goblin. Because right now our plan is to make copies of Slingang and not anything else. So we'll just attack. We'll wait till end again. I mean, I imagine if he's got a Snapcaster, he can't let this go, right? He's got to make a move at some point, and I can always respond to it. So maybe he's just going to try and like wait it out a turn and draw something, and if he doesn't, then he goes for the Snapcaster. So that's why we're passing here.
So if this is Snapcaster, turn target. It's gonna return it to hand and draw a card. He can play it for 4, I guess. So we have to let this happen. There's no way we're supposed to respond to that. He's trying to bait it. Oh, is this Revolt on a... If this is Revolt on a Fatal Push, that's interesting, but he's dead. Yeah. Okay, so he has double Fatal Push. That's pretty good. I mean, we did take 2 cards out of his hand. I would assume that here I would assume that here he's gonna play this for 3 and kill our Matron and then hit us for 5. But we will likely be able to terminate his guy. Playing this Blood Moon, like, kind of fucks up my mana. We do have endless blockers, if it comes to that. He's got 1 card in hand, and it was a Tarmogoyf, so it might come to that. He can still snap Archmage's Charm after I play this Blood Moon, but we're going to be on 1 card a turn, so it's like not a huge deal. We hit him to 1. We lose to a removal spell here. Which maybe was not smart to do because we have so many good draws and he has so many removal spells, but like Aether Gust is enough here. Alright, he draws a land. If he doesn't attack, I make it at end step. It's not going to be super relevant. Pashalikmon's one of our best draws here. Pashalikmon's might just kill him on the spot. He shouldn't have played that land out. Like, I'm not gonna not do it, I guess. Like, I'm gonna try the infinite blockers. It's clear that I've signaled that I'm dead to a removal spell, and I don't care. But, he may be dead on the spot to a Pashalikmon's. Blood Moon not good enough. They're Pashalik, right? Alright, so we just pass here. Oh wait! I was supposed to make it then. Fuck. Oh, we still lose to a removal spell now. Alright. Well, now he doesn't have it in hand. He had 0 cards in hand. At our end step, we can make a token that blocks. It's just better to do that. So he kills our Kiki-Jiki, which is bad for us, obviously. I think we have another Ringleader, which is really good for us. Oh, he's like... I have to draw this ringleader. Because I need multiple goblins. This was a good match no matter what happens. But maybe Matron? Oh! Fire got us. Alright. Game 3, 6 minutes left. Franco, probably. So, I think this Terminate is... I think these Blood Moons lose their value. I'll put it that way. I think Boyle is still fine, because he's going to get a lot of basics now. And maybe you still want one for the double whammy. And we just put in these 2 Terminates. Harbinger is probably enough. I think we play it like this. I think our board plan was fine. We drew a couple air spells in that we drew multiple Blood Moons because the games went super long. But we didn't need to change anything. We could have gone like that again. But yes, I want to play first. We got to play a little bit fast. We both have about 7 minutes on the clock, and I'm sure neither of us would like to have it decided by... This hand doesn't do much, but it actually does get around counter spells. So, we'll start with... Our life total matters. We start with the Aether Vial. But I was thinking Blood Crypt versus Black Cleave. Just gonna get a second Aether Vial out, which is gonna eat into our clock like crazy, but we're still gonna do it. His counter spells are now really bad. We have to really manage these Aether Vial triggers well. We're just hitting yes on both. We're actually hitting yes on both for the foreseeable future, but like, so we Matron, he can Mana Leak us if he's got it. He can't Drown and Lock us. We'll search for... It doesn't look like we're gonna get it. Yeah, so he Aether Gusts us, and I actually think it's good enough that I want it again. I don't need... You know, I don't need the mana, and if he taps out for something here, he's actually just dead. Doesn't look like he's gonna. Maybe? So it's a Coatl? I mean, how does he keep 7 and not have a push, right? Plays EE on 1. So he's not dead. Because he gets both our Aether Vials. And we don't find a Harbinger on top. I really want this Ringleader. So I'm gonna play a Mog War Marshal just to draw it. Like, he has to probably kill our Snoop. And like, while Matron draws us cards... Alright,
Alright, so there's a Tarmogoyf. I mean, he knows we can't play it, right? Yeah, there goes that. So, I am gonna get Munitions Expert here. Because... Oh, because we're gonna have a lot of Goblins in play. And, we already have a Ringleader in hand. Although maybe just getting Sling Gang is better, but we can't play it yet. So I think the play is to just get our Singleton Munitions Expert, and we're gonna take 4. We'll play a Mog War Marshal next turn. We'll block with that, and then we'll try to play Munitions Expert the turn after. It looks like he's holding up counter magic though, so we'll see how that goes. There's value to F6ing here, and he looks F6'd. No, he's not F6'd. We're just gonna grab a mountain. We'll attack, because if he plays something like Snapcaster, we can kill his Goyf for sure. And we're just gonna block his Goyf with our Mog War Marshal and wait for him to make a move. Maybe end of turn we Munitions Expert. I mean, he knows we have it, right? And he knows I have the Ringleader too. So we're not going to get many better chances, even though he's got 6 mana untapped. If he, like, Damnations us, which I don't imagine the Goyf deck plays, but if he does, I'm in trouble. He knew I was drawing that, and he knows I have this, but we gotta play it. I mean, he could theoretically Cryptic tap us, but I don't think he plays that many Cryptics. So he Fatal Pushes our Munitions Expert, which is an interesting one. He must have, like, a really bad hand. We are going to play this Blood Crypt tapped, because our life total may end up mattering. Means we get to F6. He's at 7. He's not in great shape. It looks like he's drawn a lot of lands and not a lot of spells. I see that I've grown in viewers. Oh no. He had a swamp in hand for Luris, but was going quick. So I think he's dead. Yeah. That sucks. Well, I mean, it's good for us. Alright. I'm gonna raid Elemental Maddie right now. Thank you, Gabe, for joining the chat at 1 a.m. right as I'm ending. That's the 5-0 for me. I'm glad you were here to see it. This is the deck. We played a really intense game against Elemental Maddie. I'm glad I got to like have a grudge match against that bug-controlled Goyf deck that Spike made, because I felt like it was a good matchup. And then I got crushed by it because I didn't respect Goyf, so I didn't bring in my removal spells. This is our 4th trophy with the deck in like 6 leagues, so we've been doing really well. We're on kind of a heater. It's also just really good, and people don't know how to play against it, right? So it is what it is. I'm gonna raid Elemental Maddie. That was a great game. He's Australian, so he should be going for like another hour or 2, I would think. So he succumbed to the time pressure there and gave us the 5-0.
we're rolling fucking treasure chests these days, boys. Got 62 treasure chests, 300 play points. I'm looking like a real streamer. I used to tell people it was impossible to go infinite on Magic Online, and I don't think I'm infinite yet. Because, like, let's say I wanted to buy a new deck that's not goblins, I can't do that. But we're getting there. Anyway, I usually stream at 8 or 9, and I play 2 leagues, and I end between 12 and 2 a.m., whenever that is. We've been doing great. If you came from the Goblins Discord, thank you for sticking around. If you came from Battleground Gaming, thank you for watching. If you like what you see, I play this deck and pretty much only this deck all the time on this stream. So if you get a notification that I'm going live, the title is anything ridiculous with modern in front of it. I'm playing goblins. Hopefully I'll see you guys next time. And thank you for coming out. Have a good one. I'll be an Elemental Magic stream for at least a little bit. So, peace.